the Safavid state became a vast empire. Beyond Persia, they expanded into Iraq and the Caucasus. The rapid rise of the Safavids created great concern in the Ottoman palace, because in the east, a dangerous new rival had emerged. A harsh and determined ruler had now taken the Ottoman throne. Sultan Selim I. Sultan Selim Sato saw the Safavids as a major threat, because Kizilbash influence had spread deep into Anatolia. The Ottoman Empire began preparing for a massive war. Toward the east, a gigantic army was marching. Now, war was inevitable. The Ottomans and the Safavids were preparing for one of history's greatest conflicts. War was now inevitable. In 1514, the two armies met on the plains of Chaldiran. The Kizilbash cavalry launched their attack, but the Ottoman defense was extremely strong. The Battle of Chaldiran became one of the moments that changed military history forever. The Safavid army suffered devastating losses. Shah Ismail was forced to retreat. When Chaldiran marked the beginning of the Ottoman-Safavid rivalry. After the victory at Chaldiran, the Ottoman army entered Tabriz. This defeat left a deep impact on Shah Ismail. But the Safavids did not collapse. The empire slowly began rebuilding itself. The Ottomans and the Safavids would fight for control of the Middle East for many years. The Safavids were not only a military power, they also became a major cultural center. Art, architecture, and Persian culture flourished during this era. Especially as Isfahan became one of the most magnificent cities in the world. And the Safavids became one of the empires that changed Middle Eastern history forever. After the defeat at Chaldiran, Shah Ismail slowly began losing his former strength. But the Safavid Empire survived. New leaders kept the empire alive. Over time, Isfahan became the magnificent capital of the Safavid Empire. And the Safavid became one of the most powerful empires in Middle Eastern history. Years later, a powerful ruler rose to the Safavid throne. Shah Abbas completely transformed the military system. During his reign, Isfahan became one of the richest and most magnificent cities in the world. Art and science also flourished. Safavid culture influenced the entire region. But the Ottomans' favorite rivalry did not end. The struggle was concentrated mainly in three regions: Eastern Anatolia, Iraq, and the Caucasus. But over time, the Safavid Empire began to weaken. But the legacy they left behind would live forever in Middle Eastern history. Foreign invasions accelerated the empire's collapse. In 1722, the Safavid Empire effectively collapsed. In 1912, China, the last emperor, was about to fall. Puyi was only 6 years old, and a 4,000-year-old imperial system was ending. The longest-lasting empire in world history was fading into darkness. The ancient Chinese empire now rested on the shoulders of a child. There was fear inside the palace because the dynasty was collapsing. From Shang to Qing, a 4,000-year-old order was nearing its end. And China's last dynasty was fading into darkness. China had been ruled by dynasties for centuries. Empires rose, wars were fought, yet the system survived. And this civilization became the longest-lasting political system in history. But now, that order was collapsing. 1368, a peasant seized the throne of China. Zhu Yuanzhang grew up in poverty. He became a monk, then a rebel, and the Ming dynasty was born. Hongwu was a ruthless emperor. He executed thousands of officials. But he rebuilt agriculture. And China began to rise again. Yongle opened China to the seas. And Zheng He commanded the greatest fleet on earth. Chinese ships reached the coasts of Africa. But then, China closed its doors to the world. Famine was slowly destroying China. And the rebellions began. In 1644, the rebels entered Beijing, and the last Ming emperor took his own life. But the real threat came from the north. The Manchus were building a new empire, and the gates of China were opened to the Manchus. In 1644, the Qing dynasty began. The new emperor was only a child. The Qing regime changed China by force. Cities that resisted were destroyed. and the Qing began ruling all of China. In 1661, Kangxi ascended the throne. Kangxi remained on the throne of China for 61 years. He crushed rebellions and reunified the Qing Empire. He was fascinated by science, especially astronomy and mathematics. And under Kangxi, the Qing once again became one of the world's greatest empires. In 1735, the era of Qianlong began, and the Qing Empire reached the greatest extent in its history. Art, porcelain, and imperial culture reached their peak. But China still believed it had no need for the outside world. In the 1830s, a new war was approaching. Opium addicted millions of people. And China tried to stop the opium trade. But Britain responded with war. The Qing army was unprepared for modern warfare. Britain's industrial power crushed China. In 1842, the Treaty of Nanking was signed. Hong Kong now belonged to Britain. In 1860, Beijing fell. The Summer Palace was looted and burned. At the same time, China was falling into civil war. The Taiping Rebellion caused the deaths of millions. In 1894, the Qing entered war with Japan. And China collapsed against Japan's modern army. Taiwan was lost. The Qing was humiliated once again. And some believed China needed to change. In 1898, Guangxu launched major reforms. But Cixi refused to give up power. The emperor was imprisoned, the reforms were stopped, and China was thrown into chaos once again. In 1900, the Eight-Nation Alliance marched toward Beijing. In 1900, the armies of Britain, Japan, Russia, Germany, France, America, Italy, and Austria-Hungary advanced toward Beijing. Cixi fled the capital. China was now under the pressure of foreign powers, and the Qing dynasty was living through its final days. China was occupied by foreign armies in its own capital. The Qing dynasty agreed to pay massive reparations, and the Chinese people began losing faith in the empire. Inside the army, revolution was now being discussed. In 1908, Empress Dowager Cixi died, and the Qing dynasty lost its last powerful ruler. The one who ascended the throne was only a small child, Pui, the last emperor of China. In 1911, the uprising began in Wuchang, and the revolution quickly spread across China. One by one, the provinces broke away from Qing rule. The revolutionaries wanted a new China, a republic. And in the end, Qing generals agreed to surrender. On February 12, 1912, Pui was removed from the throne, and the 4,000-year-old Chinese Empire came to an end. The story of Russia began with the Vikings. Warriors from the north were moving east. In 862, Rurik arrived in Novgorod, and the foundations of the Russian state were laid. In the 9th century, Viking traders and warriors from the north began descending into the rivers of Eastern Europe. These warriors were called the Varangians. Soon, they began controlling the region's trade routes. According to legend, the Slavic tribes invited the Viking leader Rurik to bring order to the region. And so, the foundations of the Russian state were laid in Novgorod. Over time, the Varangians captured the city of Kiev. Thus, the Kievan Rus state was born. It would become the first great core of future Russia. During the reign of Prince Oleg, Kiev became one of Eastern Europe's most powerful centers. Trade routes stretching between the north and Byzantium rapidly enriched the lands of the Rus. In the year 988, Prince Vladimir made a decision that would change history forever. Kievan Rus officially adopted Christianity, and Byzantine culture began spreading across the lands of the Rus. Orthodox Christianity became one of the foundations of Russian identity. Russia was no longer just a warrior society. A new civilization was being born. But a great disaster was approaching from the east: the Mongols. In the 13th century, Mongol armies led by Bata Khan began destroying Rus cities one by one. Kiev fell, cities were burned, the people were massacred. The Rus principalities were now under the rule of the Golden Horde, and Russia had entered a long dark age. But the Rus principalities did not disappear completely. Moscow slowly began gaining power. The princes of Moscow cooperated with the Mongols while surpassing their rivals. In 1380, Dmitry Donskoy launched a great resistance against the Mongols. The Battle of Kulikovo gave the Russian people hope for freedom for the first time. By the 15th century, Moscow was no longer just a principality. A new power was rising. Ivan III refused to pay tribute to the Golden Horde. In 1480, two armies faced each other at the Europ River, and Mongol domination began to collapse. Moscow had now become the new center of the Russian world. In 1547, Ivan IV declared himself Tsar. This title symbolized Russia's transformation into an empire. But Ivan's rule became increasingly brutal. Fear became a tool to rule Russia. At the same time, Russia began a massive expansion into Siberia. After Ivan's death, Russia descended into great chaos. Famine, civil wars, and struggles for the throne began tearing the country apart. At one point, even Polish armies entered Moscow. Russia stood on the edge of collapse. But the people rose once again, and Russia was preparing for the rise of a new dynasty. In 1613, the Romanov dynasty rose to the Russian throne. The new dynasty tried to end years of chaos. During the Romanov era, Russia began expanding once again. The endless lands of Siberia would change the future of the Russian Empire. During the early years of the Romanov dynasty, Russia slowly began rising again. Years of war and famine had devastated the country. The new government was trying to rebuild the army and restore order. And the Orthodox Church became one of the greatest pillars of Romanov power. In 17th century Russia, religion was more than just belief. The Orthodox Church had become one of the most powerful institutions of the state. But life remained extremely difficult for the people. Peasants struggled under heavy taxes. Russia was growing, but the gap between nobles and common people was also deepening. Meanwhile, Russia continued expanding endlessly toward the east. Cossack units and explorers were advancing into the unknown lands of Siberia. Siberia was more than land. The fur trade was bringing enormous wealth to Russia. And with every passing year, Russia was becoming one of the largest land empires in the world. Born in 1672, Peter was very different from other Russian princes. From an early age, he was deeply interested in weapons, ships, and European technology. But intrigues inside the Kremlin never ended. Power struggles still shook Russia. Peter had already begun, dreaming about the wars of the future. One of the places that fascinated Peter the most was the foreign quarter of Moscow. There he met European engineers and soldiers. He realized how far behind Russia had fallen. But Peter's ideas disturbed the old Russian nobility. Peter's dream was clear: to turn Russia into one of Europe's great powers. In 1697, Peter left Russia and began his journey to Europe. But Peter did not travel simply to explore. He wanted to learn Europe's secrets. He studied shipbuilding, artillery, and modern armies. He was preparing to transform Russia completely. Peter now understood that Russia would never become a great power unless it changed. When Peter returned from Europe, he was no longer the same man. His first target was the old order. He began forcibly changing the traditions of the Russian nobility. The army was reorganized. Modern weapons and European-style discipline were introduced. And Peter's greatest dream was to give Russia a powerful navy. But a great obstacle stood before Peter: the Swedish Empire. At that time, Sweden was one of the most powerful states in Northern Europe. In 1700, at Narva, the Russian army suffered a devastating defeat. But Peter did not give up. This defeat would make Russia even stronger. After the defeat at Narva, Peter began rebuilding the Russian army from top to bottom. New cannons were forged, new weapons were produced, and for the first time in Russian history, a true war navy began to rise. Peter was no longer just a czar, he was becoming the architect of a new Russian empire. In 1703, Peter decided to build a new city on the Baltic coast. This city would become Russia's gateway to Europe. But St. Petersburg rose through great suffering. Thousands died during its construction. And before long, Russia's new heart had been born. In 1709, Russia and Sweden faced each other in one final great battle. King Charles XII of Sweden led one of Europe's most feared armies. But at Poltava, everything changed. The Russian army achieved one of the greatest victories in its history. The world now had to accept a new reality. Russia had become a great power. After the victory at Poltava, Peter declared that Russia was now an empire. Russia was changing rapidly. European influence had spread throughout the royal court. New schools were opened. Science, engineering, and the navy were strengthened. Peter's dream had come true. Russia was now one of the world's great powers. What once began as small Viking principalities had become a vast empire. Russia's rise was only just beginning. In 1725, Peter the Great died. He left behind a powerful empire, but its order was fragile. Palace intrigues began once again. Now, power not blood would decide the throne. And Russia was being dragged into a new storm. The young German princess arriving in Russia did not yet know she would change history forever. This princess, named Sophie, converted to Orthodoxy and changed her name. But palace life was nothing like she expected. Intrigue and power struggles were everywhere. And young Catherine would soon begin dreaming of the Russian throne. In 1762, Russia was once again dragged into a palace coup. Catherine gained the support of the army and imperial guards. Tsar Peter III was removed from the throne, and the Romanov palace was stained with blood once again. Russia now had a new ruler, Catherine the Great. When Catherine ascended the throne, Russia was entering a new era. Her goal was not only to keep the throne, she wanted to make Russia the strongest state in Europe. During Catherine's reign, the Russian court became increasingly European in style. But behind the palace's luxury, millions of peasants lived under harsh conditions. One of Catherine's greatest goals was to give Russia access to warm seas. This goal brought Russia into direct conflict with the Ottoman Empire. The Black Sea was no longer controlled only by the Ottomans. The Russian navy was rapidly growing stronger. And eventually, Crimea became part of the Russian Empire. During Catherine's reign, Russia began expanding not only southward, but westward as well. Poland was divided, and Russia advanced toward the heart of Europe. European powers could no longer ignore Russia. Under Catherine the Great, Russia had become a true superpower. In 1796, Catherine the Great died. Russia was now a vast empire, but its future was uncertain. At that very moment, a new power was rising in Europe, Napoleon Bonaparte. And very soon, Russia and France would be drawn into one of history's greatest wars. In 1812, Napoleon marched into Russia with one of the greatest armies in history. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers were advancing toward the Russian Empire. Instead of fighting directly, Russian commanders chose to retreat. But the Russians left nothing behind. Fields, villages, even entire towns were burned. At last, Napoleon reached Moscow, but the city was silent. Soon, Moscow was consumed by flames. Russia was willing to burn even its own capital. Then winter arrived. Cold, hunger, and disease began destroying the French army. When Napoleon retreated, Europe's greatest army had been shattered. In 1814, Russian armies entered Paris. With Napoleon's defeat, Russia became one of the most powerful states in Europe. The Tsarist Empire was now at its peak, but beneath its glory, great problems were growing. While magnificent palaces rose, millions of Russian peasants continued living in poverty. By the mid-1800s, Russia had begun to change. Industrialization was growing, but the lives of workers were becoming harsher. Anger began spreading among the people. Hunger and poverty could no longer be hidden. And the Romanov dynasty still could not fully see the storm that was coming. In 1905, Russia was shaken by its first great wave of revolution. Thousands marched to ask the Tsar for help, but they were met with bullets. This event destroyed the people's trust in the Tsar. And now in Russia, Revolution was no longer just an idea, but an approaching reality. In 1914, Russia found itself trapped in a new catastrophe. World War I began destroying the Russian army and economy. Hunger was spreading through the cities. People were no longer thinking about war, but survival. And the Romanov dynasty had reached the edge of collapse. In 1917, Russia finally exploded. Even the soldiers no longer wanted to defend the Tsar. The empire was collapsing from within. And finally, Nicholas II abdicated the throne. The 300-year Romanov dynasty had come to an end. Russia was now entering a path of no return. But the revolution was far from over, because a new leader was entering the stage. Vladimir Lenin. The Bolsheviks now wanted total power. In late 1917, the Bolsheviks seized control of the government. And so, a new era began that would change world history forever. But the Bolshevik victory did not bring peace to Russia. The country was soon dragged into civil war. The Reds and the Whites were fighting each other. Hunger, disease, and war destroyed the lives of millions. But in the end, the Bolsheviks won, and the foundations of the Soviet Union were laid. In 1924, Lenin died, but the real struggle for power in the Soviet Union was only beginning. The winner of this struggle would be Joseph Stalin. Under Stalin, the Soviet Union industrialized rapidly. Factories and massive projects spread across the country. But the price of this growth was terrible. Fear, oppression, and purges affected millions of people. In 1941, Hitler launched an invasion against the Soviet Union. The German armies advanced rapidly. Cities began falling one after another. But the course of the war changed at Stalingrad. The Soviet resistance shocked the world. The Red Army had returned, and now the tide of the war was turning. In 1945, the Red Army reached Berlin. The Nazis' final defense had collapsed. The war in Europe was coming to an end. The Soviet Union was now one of the most powerful nations on Earth. But a new struggle was about to begin. The world was now dividing into two sides, and the Cold War was beginning. Throughout the Cold War, the Soviet Union competed with America for control of the world. The space race, nuclear weapons, and a global propaganda war had begun. But years later, the mighty Soviet Union began to collapse. From Viking principalities to the Soviet Union, Russia became one of the most powerful and complex empires in history, and its story is still continuing. Between 1799 and 1815, Europe became hell. Kingdoms collapsed, millions died, and the entire continent fell under the shadow of one man. His name was Napoleon Bonaparte. He began as a general, but soon became the Emperor of Europe. His armies could not be stopped until the frozen winter of Russia. And in the end, the man who shook the world fell at Waterloo. Europe was burning, and from the chaos, one man rose, Napoleon Bonaparte. He was not just a general, he would change Europe forever. His armies could not be stopped, kingdoms collapsed, Europe fell into war. But every empire has an end, and Napoleon's end would come at Waterloo. Napoleon was born in Corsica in 1769. He was noble, but not rich. At a young age, he was sent to military schools in France. He excelled in artillery science. When the French Revolution began, an opportunity appeared for Napoleon, and he quickly began to rise. His victories in Italy caught Europe's attention. Now everyone knew his name. In 1798, Napoleon turned toward Egypt. His target was Britain's trade route. Near the pyramids, a great battle began. The French army crushed the Mamluks. But soon after, the British Navy attacked. The French fleet was destroyed at Abu. Napoleon left his army behind and secretly returned to France because a greater goal was waiting for him. France was in chaos. The people were exhausted. The government was collapsing. In 1799, Napoleon made his move and seized power through a coup. Now he was the first consul of France, but in reality, he was the nation's sole ruler. Napoleon's rise had begun, and Europe would soon change forever. By 1804, Napoleon wanted more, to become the sole ruler of France. A grand ceremony was held in Paris, and Napoleon placed the crown upon his own head. Europe's kings were shocked because France now had a new emperor. Napoleon was no longer just a general, He had become the most powerful man in Europe. Napoleon's rise terrified Europe, and a great war began. In 1805, the Battle of Austerlitz began. Napoleon had trapped his enemies. In 1805, the Battle of Austerlitz began. Napoleon had trapped his enemies. Austerlitz became Napoleon's greatest victory. Now he ruled Europe. After Austerlitz, Napoleon did not stop. Much of Europe fell under French control. French armies marched into Europe's cities. Kingdoms collapsed one by one. Napoleon even placed his own family on thrones. Europe now lived beneath his shadow. But one power still resisted. Britain had not surrendered. Napoleon could not defeat Britain at sea. The French navies suffered heavy losses. So instead, he created a new plan, the Continental Blockade. Europe received the order. Trade with Britain was forbidden, but the economy began to collapse. And eventually, a major crisis with Russia began. That crisis would become a disaster. In 1808, Napoleon invaded Spain, but the people did not surrender. Guerrilla warfare began. The French army was attacked everywhere. Britain joined the war as well. Napoleon's armies were slowly being exhausted. And at that moment, a new crisis was rising in the east. Russia was the coming storm. In 1812, Napoleon marched into Russia. With him came hundreds of thousands of soldiers. But the Russians kept retreating. They burned cities and left no supplies behind. Napoleon finally reached Moscow, but the city was empty, and soon after, it was consumed by flames. When winter arrived, disaster followed. The cold destroyed Napoleon's army. After the Russian disaster, Europe united once again and declared war on Napoleon. Russia, Prussia, Austria, and Britain gathered on the same side. In 1813, the Battle of Leipzig began. For the first time, Napoleon was truly stopped. Now he was retreating, and his empire had begun to collapse. In 1815, Napoleon escaped exile and returned to France. The soldiers joined him once again. Napoleon was back in power. But the final battle was near. At Waterloo, Napoleon suffered a crushing defeat. Napoleon was sent into exile, and years later, he died alone in the Atlantic. Napoleon died, but his influence continued across Europe. His battle tactics were studied in military academies for years. The Napoleonic Wars accelerated the birth of modern Europe. To some, he was a tyrant, to others, a genius. But one truth remained: Napoleon changed the world. 1848. Europe was burning, kings were afraid, and the people demanded freedom. Napoleon was dead, but the ideas he spread still haunted the streets of Europe. Europe's kings believed they had restored the old order, but they failed to see the coming storm. In 1848, the flames of nationalism, freedom, and revolution would sweep across the continent. In 1815, Europe's kings gathered together. They wanted to restore the order changed by Napoleon. In 1815, Europe's kings gathered together. They wanted to restore the order changed by Napoleon. Censorship increased. Newspapers were shut down. Armies kept the people under pressure. But the ideas of freedom were not dead. The fire of revolution was silently growing across Europe. In the 19th century, Europe was changing rapidly. Factories were growing, and cities were covered in smoke. Workers labored for 14 hours a day. Children were dying inside factories. In the 1840s, an economic crisis began. Bread prices soared. The people of Europe faced hunger. Now, it was not only those demanding freedom. The hungry also wanted revolution. In 1848, the fire of revolution exploded in Paris. The streets quickly filled with barricades. King Louis-Philippe of France was forced to flee before the anger of the people. The monarchy collapsed. The Second Republic was declared in France. The revolution that began in Paris would soon spread across all of Europe. The revolutions quickly reached Austria. The streets of Vienna filled with protests. Students and workers built barricades in the name of freedom. Metternich, one of Europe's most powerful men, was forced to flee. This moment symbolized the beginning of the collapse of old Europe. During the revolutions of 1848, the German people also wanted unity. Germany was still divided into dozens of small states. The idea of nationalism was growing. Many Germans dreamed of uniting under one flag. The Frankfurt Parliament gathered. Its goal was to create a free and united Germany. Although this movement failed, The idea of a united Germany could no longer be stopped. The revolutions of 1848 also shook Italy. Many Italians now dreamed of a united nation. Revolutionaries like Giuseppe Mazzini began organizing the youth of Italy. In northern Italy, the people rose against Austrian rule. The revolutions of 1848 failed, but the unification of Italy had already begun. Most of the revolutions of 1848 were quickly crushed. The kings regained control once again. The revolutionaries were divided among themselves. Workers, liberals, and nationalists did not share the same goals. Thousands of people were killed. Many revolutionaries were sent into exile. The revolutions appeared to have failed, but the ideas of freedom and nationalism could no longer be stopped. The revolutions of 1848 had failed, but Europe had already begun to change. Italy and Germany would unite in the years ahead. As nationalism grew, the great empires slowly began to weaken. The storm that began in 1848 would eventually lead Europe toward even greater wars. Napoleon was dead, but the ideas he spread continued to live on. The people now demanded freedom, constitutions, and national unity. The old order of Europe was beginning to collapse. The revolutions of 1848 appeared to fail, but they laid the foundations of modern Europe. And Europe would never be the same again. The revolutions of 1848 became one of the turning points in European history. Although they were defeated, the ideas of freedom could no longer be destroyed. Europe was entering the modern age. Industry, nationalism, and power struggles would reshape the world. And the changes that began in 1848 would one day lead to wars that changed the entire world. In 1848, people rose up across Europe. The continent was shaken by the fire of revolution. The ideas of freedom, constitutions, and nationalism inspired millions of people to rise. The kings crushed the revolutions, but the old order of Europe would never truly return. The revolutions of 1848 became the beginning of modern Europe and the great wars to come. The revolutions were over, but Europe was no longer the same. Industry was expanding, and railways were connecting the continent. Nationalism could not be stopped. Germany and Italy were moving toward unification. But a new rivalry was emerging across Europe. It would eventually affect the entire world. The revolutions of 1848 had failed, but some leaders had learned from them. A new power was rising in Prussia. It would change the destiny of Germany. The German states slowly began to unite. Nationalism was becoming a political force. Europe was entering a new era, and the rivalry between the great powers was growing stronger. What was only a dream in 1848 became reality in 1871. Italy united as well. Nationalism was redrawing the map of Europe. But for every winner, there were losers. Multi-ethnic empires were beginning to shake. The changes that began in 1848 would lead Europe toward a world war only decades later. The revolutions of 1848 did not affect only Western Europe. The idea of nationalism was spreading into Ottoman lands as well. Across the Balkans, many peoples began questioning their identity and future. Similar challenges were emerging in the Austrian Empire. Different nations were demanding greater rights. This was the greatest legacy of 1848. Nationalism had become an unstoppable force across Europe. Historians gave the revolutions of 1848 a name: the springtime of nations. Because millions of people were demanding freedom, constitutions, and national unity. The revolutions were crushed, but the ideas survived. 1848 was not a failed revolution. It was the birth pain of modern Europe. After 1848, Europe began to change. No ruler could completely silence the voice of the people anymore. Many countries introduced constitutional reforms. Parliaments became increasingly important. Industry was growing, and cities were expanding. Europe was becoming the economic center of the world. But a new rivalry was emerging among the rising powers. This rivalry was preparing the stage for future conflicts. The transformation that began in 1789 had shaken all of Europe by 1848. Freedom, constitutional government, and nationalism became the most powerful ideas of the 19th century. But these ideas did not bring unity alone. They also created new rivalries and conflicts. The revolutions of 1848 came to an end, but their legacy continued to shape the 20th century and the modern world. Today, Germany, the economic engine of Europe, one of the world's most powerful industrial nations. But how did this great country come into existence? This story takes us back 2,000 years. Around 2,000 years ago, there was no country called Germany. Instead, hundreds of Germanic tribes lived among vast forests and rivers. Each tribe had its own leader. The Franks, the Saxons, the Alemanni, the Goths, and many other Germanic tribes. They were not united, yet the foundations of the future German people were slowly taking shape. To the south stood the most powerful state in the world, the Roman Empire. Soon, great struggles would begin between Rome and the Germanic tribes, and those struggles would write the first chapters of Germany's story. north of Rome. A vast and untamed world stretched across the land. Hundreds of Germanic tribes lived in these lands. There was no country called Germany yet. The Franks, the Saxons, the Goths, and Alemanni would help shape the future German people. But to the south stood a powerful neighbor, the Roman Empire. The Roman Empire was expanding northward. Its goal was to conquer Germania. The Romans built forts. They began bringing the region under their control. In 09 AD, a Germanic leader named Arminius emerged. In the Teutoburg forest, Roman legions were destroyed. The course of history changed forever. Centuries passed. Then Europe entered an age of great migration. The Huns arrived from the east, forcing many tribes to move. The Goths, Vandals, and many others spread across Europe. In 476, the Western Roman Empire fell. A new era began in Europe. After the fall of Rome, new powers began to rise. The Franks quickly gained power. They united many Germanic tribes. The Frankish kingdom expanded. It became one of Europe's strongest states. And soon, a ruler named Charlemagne would emerge. By the late 8th century, Charlemagne had become Europe's most powerful ruler. His armies conquered vast territories. His empire expanded rapidly. In the year 800, the Pope crowned Charlemagne as emperor. This empire would become one of the foundations of Germany's future. After Charlemagne's death, the empire began to weaken. Charlemagne's grandsons were fighting over the empire. To end the conflict, they came to an agreement. With the Treaty of Verdun in 853, the empire was divided into 3 parts. East Francia would eventually become Germany. According to many historians, the core of Germany was born here. East Francia continued to grow. A new German power was emerging. In 9, Otto was crowned emperor. Thus, the Holy Roman Empire was born, but it was not a single unified state. Hundreds of principalities and cities were ruled by their own leaders. This would delay German unification for centuries. For centuries, German cities grew. Trade and craftsmanship flourished. Merchants traded with regions across Europe. The cities became increasingly wealthy. In the north, the Hanseatic League rose to power. It controlled much of Baltic trade. German cities were growing rich, but the land remained divided into hundreds of states. In 1517, a German monk took a step that would change Europe forever. Martin Luther challenged the practices of the Church. His 95 Theses spread rapidly. Thanks to the printing press, Luther's ideas spread across Europe. The Reformation transformed Germany, but it also created new divisions. Tensions between Catholics and Protestants were rising. German lands were heading toward a new crisis. In 1618, an event triggered one of Europe's most devastating wars. The war lasted 30 years. Cities were destroyed and millions lost their lives. The war ended in 1648, but the German world lay in ruins. After the wars, a new German power began to rise. Its name was Prussia. It became famous for its discipline and army. Under Frederick the Great, Prussia became one of Europe's major powers. Soon, Prussia would change Germany's destiny forever. In the early 1800s, Napoleon was shaking Europe to its core. French armies entered German lands. The old order began to collapse. In 1806, the Holy Roman Empire came to an end. Napoleon destroyed an empire, but he also awakened German nationalism. After Napoleon's defeat, Europe's leaders gathered in Vienna. Their goal was to create a new order in Europe, and new borders were drawn. 39 German states were united within the German Confederation. But one question remained: who would lead the German world? In 1848, Europe was shaken by revolution once again. German nationalists wanted a united nation. For that purpose, the Frankfurt Parliament was convened. The parliament offered the German crown to the King of Prussia, but the king refused the offer. The attempt at unification had failed, but a new figure was stepping onto the stage: Otto von Bismarck. 1848 had failed, but the dream of German unity lived on. One major problem was the economy. German states taxed each other's trade. Led by Prussia, the Zollverein was established. Trade barriers began to disappear. Economic unity came first. Political unity would soon follow. There were two great powers in the German world, Prussia and Austria. Both wanted to lead, but Germany could have only one leader. The smaller German states began choosing sides. The balance of power was shifting. Unity still seemed far away, but history was approaching a great transformation. Meanwhile, Germany was changing. Industry was growing rapidly. Railways connected cities together. Distances grew smaller every year. As the economy grew stronger, the desire for unity grew as well. Germany was ready for unity. All it lacked was a strong leader. From the Germanic tribes to the rise of Prussia, the foundations of Germany had been laid. Now the stage belonged to one of history's most influential statesmen, Otto von Bismarck. Germany was not yet united. Dozens of states remained divided. In 1862, Otto von Bismarck stepped onto the stage. Bismarck had one goal: to create German unity. A new era was about to change Europe, the era of blood and iron. Major debates erupted in Parliament. The army budget had created a crisis. Bismarck stepped to the podium and delivered words that would enter history. Great questions are not decided by speeches, but by blood and iron. Bismarck's plan was clear. Unity would would come through war. Bismarck made his first move. The target was Schleswig and Holstein. Prussia and Austria were allies. Together they marched against Denmark. War began in 1864. The Prussian army emerged victorious. But another plan lay behind the victory. Bismarck had already chosen his next rival. Denmark had been defeated. Now Austria was next. Disputes emerged between the Allies. Schleswig and Holstein became a source of conflict. This was exactly what Bismarck wanted: to isolate Austria. As 1866 approached, Europe was moving toward another war. War began in 1866. Prussia and Austria were now enemies. The Prussian army had more modern weapons. They would change the course of the war. The decisive moment came at Königgrätz. Austria suffered a crushing defeat. It had lasted only 7 weeks, but Germany's future had changed forever. After the victory, Germany was reshaped. Prussia was now the undisputed leader. In 1867, the North German Confederation was established. Many German states had united, but Germany was not yet complete. The southern German states remained independent. One final obstacle stood before Bismarck. Prussia's rise worried Europe, especially France. Emperor Napoleon III did not want a powerful Germany. Bismarck knew this, and he would push France into making a mistake. The two leaders were heading toward confrontation. War was now very close. In 1870, a new crisis emerged. The Spanish throne shook Europe. France demanded guarantees from Prussia. King Wilhelm rejected the demands. A summary of the meeting was sent to Berlin. Bismarck shortened and sharpened the text. The EMS dispatch was published. France was outraged and declared war. By the summer of 1870, the war was raging. German armies advanced deep into France. At Sedan, the French army was surrounded. Its escape routes were closing. Emperor Napoleon III was trapped inside the encirclement. Defeat had become inevitable. On September 2, 1870, Napoleon III surrendered. Bismarck's dream of Germany was now within reach. The war did not end after Sedan. German armies marched toward Paris. The capital was under siege. Food shortages began to spread. Bismarck waited patiently. When Paris fell, Germany would be born. Months of siege finally paid off. French resistance was collapsing. While Paris remained under siege, German leaders gathered at the Palace of Versailles. Northern and southern German states were uniting behind one goal: a single Germany. Bismarck's long-term plan was succeeding. German unity had become inevitable. January 18, 1871 was approaching. A new European power was about to be born. January 18, 1871 had arrived. The Palace of Versailles was about to make history. The German princes reached a single decision. Unity was now official. King Wilhelm I of Prussia was proclaimed German emperor. Centuries of division had come to an end. Germany was now a single empire. Germany was united. Now it had to be governed. The empire's first chancellor was Otto von Bismarck. The new Germany industrialized rapidly. Iron, coal, and steel production surged. Germany became one of Europe's most powerful nations. As industry expanded, new problems emerged. Millions of workers labored under harsh conditions. Bismarck saw the danger. The workers' movement was growing stronger. New laws were introduced. Health insurance and social protection were established. One of the world's first modern welfare systems was emerging. Bismarck was strengthening Germany from within. Not all of Germany's problems were solved. A new struggle was beginning. Bismarck was concerned by the political influence of the Catholic Church. He believed the state should come first. New laws were introduced. A fierce struggle began between church and state. This period became known as the Kulturkampf. Bismarck strengthened state authority across Germany. Germany was now united. Bismarck's new goal was to preserve peace. France wanted revenge. Bismarck sought to keep it isolated. In 1873, the League of the Three Emperors was formed. Bismarck did not want war. He protected Germany's power through diplomacy. Bismarck continued expanding his alliance network. The balance of Europe had to be preserved. In 1882, a new alliance was formed. Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Italy joined together. During this period, Germany grew rapidly. Its economy and industry rose to the top of Europe. By the 1880s, Germany had become one of Europe's most powerful nations. The year 1888 became a turning point for Germany. Emperor Wilhelm I passed away. His son Frederick III succeeded him, but he was gravely ill. Just 99 days later, Frederick also died. Wilhelm II ascended the throne. The young emperor had different ideas. A clash with Bismarck was inevitable. Wilhelm II did not want to be a symbolic ruler. He wanted to govern Germany himself. The disagreement between Bismarck and Wilhelm grew. Two powerful personalities stood opposed. In 1890, Bismarck was forced to leave office. The architect of Germany was leaving the stage. A new era was beginning. Bismarck was gone. Wilhelm II gave Germany a new direction. Industry expanded. The military grew stronger. Germany became a world power. But Europe was dividing once again. Alliances and rivalries were growing rapidly. United Germany had been born, but soon the world would face one of the greatest wars in history. To be continued, from Germany to World War. In 1815, an era that had reshaped Europe came to an end. With Napoleon's defeat, a new order began to emerge across the continent. But for Italy, the future remained uncertain. Because Europe's leaders were about to decide Italy's future once again. In 1815, Europe's most powerful nations gathered in Vienna. Their goal was to build a new order after Napoleon. Italy's future was also being reshaped during these meetings. But the decisions would not create a united Italy. After the Congress of Vienna, Italy was divided into small states once again. Piedmont, the Papal States, and the Kingdom of the Two Sicilies controlled different parts of the peninsula. Even people speaking the same language continued living under different borders. The dream of a united Italy still seemed distant, but it would not remain that way forever. One of the biggest winners of the Congress of Vienna was Austria. Important regions of northern Italy came under direct Austrian control. Milan and Venice were now governed from Vienna. As foreign rule expanded, Italian nationalism quietly began to grow. Many Italians were beginning to see themselves as part of one nation rather than separate states. Writers and thinkers began spreading the idea of a shared language and history. For the first time, a powerful question emerged. Why not one Italy? This idea would soon grow into a movement. One of the first movements behind this cause was a secret society known as the Carbon. Its members secretly swore oaths and organized against Austrian influence. They quickly gained supporters across many parts of Italy. Soon, they would try to turn their ideas into action. In 1820, the first major spark appeared in Naples. Carbonari members mobilized the people by demanding constitutional reforms. Faced with mounting pressure, the king was forced to back down. For a moment, it seemed that change was possible. But the leaders in Vienna watched these events with growing concern. Austria moved quickly to prevent the revolts from spreading. The inexperienced rebels struggled against a professional army. The uprising was crushed, but the ideas survived. The events in Naples quickly spread to Piedmont. Military officers and reformers began pushing for change. Some were no longer dreaming of reform alone, but of a united Italy. But once again, Austria was preparing to intervene. In the spring of 1821, the Austrian army moved once again. The rebels were outmatched in both numbers and experience. The resistance quickly began to collapse. Once again, hopes for change. Many revolutionaries were arrested or imprisoned. Others left Italy and began lives in exile. But those forced into exile had no intention of giving up the struggle. At this moment, a new figure began to emerge. Giuseppe Mazzini. Italy should not only be free, but united. He wanted to transform nationalism into a movement of the people. Soon, his ideas would echo across the entire peninsula. In 1831, Mazzini founded the Young Italy movement. The goal was clear: a free, united and independent Italy. The ideas began crossing borders. Young people were joining the cause. For the first time, the dream of a united Italy was reaching the masses. Mazzini's call soon began turning into action. Throughout the 1830s, several uprisings erupted across Italy. But most of these revolts were poorly prepared and quickly crushed. Defeats continued, but the idea of unification could no longer be stopped. Each new uprising pushed Austria to impose even harsher measures. Secret societies were hunted down and meetings were broken apart. Hundreds of nationalists were imprisoned or forced into exile. But the greater the repression, the stronger the resistance became. During the 1830s and 1840s, Europe was changing rapidly. New ideas were crossing borders faster than ever before. Demands for liberty, constitutions, and nationalism were rising everywhere. Italy too was beginning to feel the approach of a great storm. In 1848, Europe erupted once again. The revolutionary wave quickly spread across the continent. Italian nationalists believed this was the opportunity they had been waiting for. Soon, the entire peninsula would be shaken by uprisings. In March 1848, the first major explosion came in Milan. After days of fighting, Austrian forces withdrew from the city. Soon afterward, Venice also rose against Austrian rule. For the first time, unification seemed like a real possibility. King Charles Albert of Piedmont decided he could wait no longer. He sent his army to fight against Austria. Many Italians believed this war would begin the path to unification. But Austria was far from accepting defeat. By 1849, the first attempt at unification had suffered a major setback. Austria regained control of most of the territories it had lost. But the nationalism that had grown for decades could no longer be reversed. A united Italy had not yet been born, but the struggle was only beginning. The revolutions of 1848 had failed, but the ideas survived. A new generation refused to abandon the dream of a united Italy. This time, attention began turning toward the Kingdom of Piedmont. Soon, a new leader would emerge and change the course of the unification struggle. After 1849, many revolutions collapsed, but Piedmont remained standing. King Victor Emmanuel II chose to preserve constitutional government. This turned Piedmont into the natural center of Italian nationalism. The hope of unification would now rely on state power rather than secret societies. The idea of unity was growing, yet Italy remained divided into many separate states. In the north, Lombardy and Venice remained under Austrian control. At the center stood the Papal States. The Pope had no desire to lose his political power. The Kingdom of the Two Sicilies was equally determined to preserve its rule. The road to unification would be far more difficult than it seemed. By the 1850s, Italy was still divided. But the struggle no longer rested solely on the shoulders of revolutionaries. Soon, three men would change the course of history: Cavour, Victor, Emmanuel, and Garibaldi. A united Italy was still a dream, but the day that dream would become reality was no longer far away. The story of Italian unification continues. Don't forget to subscribe to Chronology of Existence. 1815. Napoleon was defeated, but his greatest legacy was not his army, it was an idea. The Congress of Vienna divided Italy into small states once again. The old order had returned. Austria ruled the north, the Papal States controlled the center, and the Bourbons governed the south. Italy remained divided. But a new dream had begun to spread across the peninsula, one united Italy. The Congress of Vienna had divided Italy once again, but the idea of freedom could no longer be stopped. Secret societies began to emerge across the peninsula. These secret groups, known as the Carbonari, fought against foreign rule and kept alive the dream of a united Italy. Austria crushed even the smallest uprisings. Arrests, exile, and executions failed to stop the growing nationalist movement. Every failed rebellion created new heroes, and the dream of one Italy grew stronger in the hearts of the people. In 1831, a young visionary emerged. His name was Giuseppe Mazzini. He believed Italy should not only unite, but become a free nation. Mazzini founded the Young Italy movement. Its mission was to unite the people under a single flag. His ideas quickly spread across the peninsula. Young Italians embraced the dream of a united Italy. A symbolic map of Italy, slowly glowing as city lights connect from north to south, hopeful sunrise, cinematic masterpiece, ultra-realistic, 16:9. Mazzini's call soon sparked uprisings, but Italy was not yet strong enough to unite. The Austrian army crushed the revolts. Hundreds of revolutionaries were killed or imprisoned. Mazzini was forced into exile, but exile did not end his struggle. Even far from Italy, his writings continued to inspire the nation. The dream of unity had become impossible to erase. In 1848, Europe erupted once again. From Paris to Vienna, Berlin to Milan, revolution swept across the continent. The people of Milan rose against the Austrian army. 5 days of street fighting turned the world's attention toward Italy. King Charles Albert of Sardinia made a historic decision. By declaring war on Austria, he took the first major step toward Italian unification. For the first time, thousands of volunteers from different Italian states marched side by side. A nation was beginning to take shape. In the summer of 1848, the Sardinian army confronted Austria at Custassa. Italy's future would be decided on this battlefield. Field Marshal Radetzky expertly commanded the Austrian army. The Italian forces suffered a devastating defeat. King Charles Albert was forced to retreat. The dream of unification had been postponed once again. But the struggle was far from over. Defeat did not break the Italian spirit. Soon, two new leaders would change history, Cavour and Garibaldi. In 1849, the Battle of Novara was lost. Italy's dream of unification suffered another devastating blow. After the defeat, King Charles Albert abdicated. His son, Victor Emmanuel II, became the new king. The new king refused to surrender. The Kingdom of Sardinia became the strongest hope for a united Italy. At that moment, an extraordinary statesman stepped onto the stage. Camillo Cavour was preparing the strategy that would change Italy's destiny. In 1852, Camillo Cavour became Prime Minister of Sardinia. He believed Italy could be united not only through war, but through smart diplomacy. He strengthened his kingdom first. Railways expanded, factories were built, and Sardinia quickly became a modern, European state. Cavour began winning the support of Europe's great powers against Austria. The battle would now be fought through diplomacy as well. Soon, a secret meeting with Emperor Napoleon III of France would take place. That agreement would change Italy's destiny forever. In 1858, Cavour secretly met Emperor Napoleon III in the town of Plumieres. Their meeting would change the future of Europe. Under the agreement, France would support Sardinia if Austria attacked. In return, Nice and Savoy would be ceded to France. Cavour had a clear objective: provoke Austria into striking first, forcing France into the war. The plan worked. Austria delivered an ultimatum to Sardinia. Europe stood on the brink of another war. In the spring of 1859, war began. French and Sardinian forces advanced together against Austria. At the Battle of Magenta, Austria suffered a major defeat. The gates of Lombardy were finally opened. Then came the Battle of Solferino. Tens of thousands of soldiers, clashed in one of Europe's bloodiest battles. The horrors of Solferino changed more than the course of war. They inspired the creation of the Red Cross years later. Despite the victories, an unexpected turn followed. Napoleon III signed the Armistice of Villafranca with Austria. The decision enraged Cavour, believing Italy's chance for unity had been lost. He resigned as prime minister. But the people thought differently. Referendums in Tuscany, Parma, Modena, and Rumonia overwhelmingly supported joining the Kingdom of Sardinia. Italy was uniting not only through war, but through the will of its people. Yet the South remained a world apart. In 1860, Giuseppe Garibaldi made a bold decision. With around 1,000 volunteers, he sailed to liberate Sicily. Garibaldi and his red shirts landed at Marsala. They were few in number, but their determination was immense. At the Battle of Calatafimi, Garibaldi's volunteers forced the Bourbon army to retreat. The victory inspired Italians across the peninsula. The people of Sicily welcomed Garibaldi as a liberator. A united Italy was no longer just a dream, it was becoming reality. After Sicily, Garibaldi did not stop. He crossed the Strait of Messina with his volunteer army and reached mainland Italy. The Bourbon government rapidly collapsed. Garibaldi entered Naples with little resistance. King Francis II left the capital. Bourbon rule in southern Italy was nearing its end. Most of Italy was now united, but the most important decision about the nation's future was yet to be made. On October 26, 1860, Garibaldi and King Victor Emmanuel II met near Tino in one of history's most symbolic encounters. Garibaldi did not claim the conquered lands for himself. Instead, he handed them over to the future Kingdom of Italy. Despite becoming a national hero, Garibaldi sought no power or title. He quietly returned to private life. Italy was now close to unification, but Venice and Rome still remained outside the new kingdom. On March 17, 1861, the historic moment arrived. Parliament officially proclaimed the Kingdom of Italy. Victor Emmanuel II became the first king of a united Italy. Centuries of division were finally coming to an end. Yet unification was still incomplete. Venice remained under Austrian rule, while Rome was controlled by the Papal States. The Kingdom of Italy had been born, but two great objectives still remained: Venice and Rome. In 1866, Europe was once again at war. Prussia confronted Austria, and Italy joined Prussia in hopes of reclaiming Venice. The Italian army was defeated once again at Custoza. It seemed the dream of Venice had slipped away. But Prussia changed the course of the war. At Königgrätz, Austria suffered a crushing defeat and was forced to seek peace. After the peace agreement, Austria ceded Venice to Italy. Only one goal remained: Rome. In 1870, war broke out between France and Prussia. France was forced to withdraw the troops protecting Rome. Italy seized the opportunity. The royal army marched toward Rome. On September 20, 1870, The walls at Porta Pia were breached. After brief fighting, Rome came under Italian control. After centuries of division, Italy was finally complete. Rome had become the heart of a united nation. In 1871, Rome was officially declared the capital of the Kingdom of Italy. The long-awaited unification was finally complete. Not everyone accepted the new reality. Pope Pius IX refused to recognize the Kingdom of Italy and withdrew into the Vatican. Political unity had been achieved, yet deep economic and social divisions between northern and southern Italy still remained. Italy was finally one nation, but the journey toward becoming a strong and united country had only just begun. Italy's unification changed more than the peninsula. A new European power had emerged. Italy's success also accelerated Germany's path to unification. Europe had entered the age of nationalism. But the rise of new nations also brought rivalry, industrialization, colonial competition, and militarization were pushing Europe toward a new era. Italy had finally united, but even greater storms awaited Europe. A new century would bring wars that would reshape the world. After centuries of division, Italy finally united beneath a single flag. Mazzini's vision, Cavour's diplomacy, Garibaldi's courage, and Victor Emmanuel's leadership changed the course of history. With Italy's unification, European rivalry entered a new era. The rising powers now turned their eyes toward the rich lands of Africa.
Chronology of existence. Chronology of existence. We were built to last through time.
The meeting in Berlin had ended, but for Africa, the real storm was just beginning. Europe's empires would wait no longer. Whoever arrived first would claim the land. But Africa was still home to powerful kingdoms, and not all of them would surrender. The Zulu warriors, the Ashanti kingdom, the Mahdist armies, and Ethiopia were preparing to fight for Africa's future. After the Berlin Conference, Europe wasted no time. Its empires began moving into different regions of Africa simultaneously. Britain expanded from north to south. France pushed inland from the west, while other European powers searched for their own share. But Africa was never an empty continent. Powerful kingdoms had stood here for centuries. And some of these kingdoms were determined to defend their lands. Africa's resistance was about to begin. In southern Africa, there stood a kingdom far stronger than Europe expected, the kingdom of Zulu. Under King Sechueo, the Zulu army was renowned for its discipline and courage. They had no intention of surrendering their homeland. Every warrior was trained from childhood. The Zulu army was one of the most disciplined military forces in Africa. But very soon, this powerful kingdom would face the British Empire. January 22nd, 1879, the British Army had established a camp beneath Isandwana Mountain. Everything appeared calm. Beyond the horizon, thousands of Zulu warriors moved silently. The British had no idea what was approaching. The Zulu commanders used a battle formation that would become legendary. The Buffalo Horns formation was closing around the British camp. Within hours, one of the world's most powerful armies would suffer one of the greatest shocks in its history. By the end of the day, the British camp at Isandlwana had fallen. The British army had suffered a defeat it never expected. The news reaching London shocked the British Empire. No one had expected the Zulu army to achieve such a victory. This victory became one of Africa's greatest military successes against a European power. The Kingdom of Zululand had demonstrated its strength to the world. But the British Empire would not accept this defeat. A much larger army was already on its way to southern Africa. The defeat at Isandlwana was unacceptable to the British Empire. London dispatched thousands of reinforcements to southern Africa. This time, British commanders would not repeat their mistakes. Every movement was carefully planned. Within months, the British army advanced once again. Their objective was the heart of the Zulu kingdom. King Sechueo knew the final battle was approaching. At Ulundi, the fate of the Zulu kingdom would be decided. July 4th, 1879. The two armies met for one final battle on the plains of Ulundi. The Zulu warriors advanced once again with extraordinary courage, but this time they faced an army fully prepared for battle. Britain's new tactics and superior firepower changed the course of the battle. After Ulundi, the Zulu kingdom lost its independence, but its resistance became one of the enduring symbols of African history. As the Zulu kingdom fell, a new resistance was rising. In northeastern Africa, Sudan was beginning to rise. Muhammad Ahmad declared himself to be the Mahdi. Within a short time, thousands rallied to his cause, joined the movement one after another. A massive uprising had begun against Egyptian and British authority. The objective was clear: Khartoum, and one of the most important sieges in African history. Farsai, Lanmatinin, 1884. The Mahdist forces laid siege to Khartoum. The city's defense was led by General Charles Gordon. He waited for reinforcements, but time was running out. After months of siege, the city became completely isolated. Khartoum was cut off from the outside world. In early 1885, Khartoum fell. The victory echoed across the world. As much of Africa fell under colonial rule, one nation remained independent: Ethiopia. Emperor Menelik II recognized the coming danger from across the country. Tens of thousands of warriors answered his call. Italy believed Ethiopia would fall like many other African states. It was a grave miscalculation. In 1896, near the town of Adwa, one of the most important battles in African history was about to begin. March 1st, 1896, in the mountains of Adwa, two armies met in a battle that would change history. Emperor Menelik II advanced with an army gathered from every corner of Ethiopia. The nation was determined to defend its independence. Italian commanders expected an easy victory, but Ethiopia's mountains would become their greatest challenge. By the end of the day, victory belonged to Ethiopia. Adwa became a symbol of Africa's fight for freedom. The victory at Adwa became more than Ethiopia's triumph. It became a symbol of hope for all of Africa. The news quickly spread across Europe. The world was talking about an African nation defeating a European army. By 1914, almost all of Africa had come under European control. The greatest exception was Ethiopia. The colonization of Africa changed the map forever, but the struggle for freedom never truly ended. While wars continued across Africa, in the Congo, a quieter, yet far more ruthless system was taking shape. Every village was required to collect fixed rubber quotas, month after month. Those quotas kept increasing. People spent most of their days deep in the forest, fields were abandoned, and village life began to change. Rubber from the Congo was fueling Europe's growing industries, but the price was paid by the people of the Congo. As rubber quotas increased, village life began to collapse. People no longer worked for their own fields, but for the demands of the colonial system. Fields were left empty, food became scarce, hunger and disease began spreading through many parts of the Congo. This was not only economic exploitation, the daily life of a society, its families, its security, and its future were being torn apart. English, in Europe, rubber symbolized the modern world, but in the Congo, that same rubber became a symbol of unimaginable suffering for millions. Britain's ambition was far greater than acquiring new territory. Cecil Rhodes dreamed of an empire stretching from Cape Town to Cairo. The project became known as Cape to Cairo. Its goal was an unbroken British corridor across Africa. Railways, telegraph lines, and new colonial outposts would become the foundation of this grand vision. But standing in the way was another European power, France. The two empires were about to confront each other in the heart of Africa. In 1898, a small town in Africa captured the world's attention. Its name was Fashoda. On one side stood the British Army, on the other, the French expedition. Two great empires claimed the same land. Across Europe, war seemed possible. A single wrong decision could have ignited an international conflict. In the end, France agreed to withdraw. Britain further strengthened its dominance in Africa. By the end of the 19th century, gold and diamonds had been discovered in South Africa. Almost overnight, the region became one of the world's most valuable territories. These lands were home to the Boer republics. Britain wanted control over this immense wealth. In 1899, war erupted. Britain launched a massive military campaign to seize control of the region. When the war ended, Britain emerged victorious, but the cost was immense for both the Boer people and Africa. At the beginning of the 20th century, Germany was expanding its African colonies. One of its most important possessions was German Southwest Africa. Land seizures and harsh colonial policies deepened the anger of the Herero and Nama peoples. The conflict that began in 1904 displaced thousands of people. The humanitarian catastrophe is regarded by many historians as one of the cursed genocides of the modern era. By 1914, almost the entire African continent had been divided. Only Ethiopia and Liberia remained independent. By 1914, nearly 90% of Africa was under European colonial rule. Borders changed. Kingdoms disappeared. New colonial administrations emerged. Yet those borders would continue shaping Africa for generations. But colonial rule could not extinguish the will of Africa's people In the 20th century, independence movements would spread across the continent. The scramble for Africa changed the destiny of an entire continent, but history does not end here. In the next episode, we will witness Africa's long road to independence.
Chronology of existence. Chronology of existence. We were built to last through time.
The year was 1441. Life in West Africa began like any other day. But no one knew a catastrophe was approaching, one that would change the fate of millions forever. The Portuguese ships on the horizon were searching for more than new trade routes. They were about to ignite one of the greatest forced migrations in human history. Villages were raided, families were torn apart. Those bound in chains had no idea they would never see their homes again. Over the next 4 centuries, millions of Africans would be forced across the Atlantic in chains. This was more than a slave trade, was a turning point that reshaped continents. Slavery was as old as civilization itself. From ancient Egypt to the Roman Empire, countless societies relied on forced labor, but the system that emerged in the 15th century would surpass anything the world had seen before. This time, it was no longer about a handful of captives. A vast trading network linking Europe, Africa, and the Americas was taking shape. Millions would become human cargo bound for lands across the Atlantic. In 1441, Portuguese sailors reached the coast of West Africa seeking gold and new trade routes. Before long, they discovered a trade they considered even more profitable: the trade in human lives. As sugar, tobacco, and cotton plantations expanded, so did the demand for labor. That demand would reshape the lives of millions of Africans over the next 4 centuries. The Portuguese were not alone on the West African coast. They established trade with powerful African kingdoms and merchants. At first, the focus was gold, ivory, and spices. Soon, however, human lives became part of the negotiations. Europeans offered firearms, gunpowder, textiles, and manufactured goods. In return, they received prisoners of war, criminals, and captives taken from rival tribes. The trade rapidly expanded. Some African kingdoms grew wealthy through this trade, but Europe's endless demand fueled competition. Armed with European weapons, kingdoms launched wars against their neighbors to capture more prisoners. Victory was no longer the only goal. Villages were burned, people were captured, and thousands of prisoners were marched in chains toward the Atlantic coast. The Atlantic slave trade was becoming a system that seemed impossible to stop. As Europe's demand for slaves grew, human hunting spread across Africa's interior. Some raids followed wars, while others were launched solely to capture more people. Captured men, women, and children were forced to march hundreds of kilometers. Many died from hunger, disease, and exhaustion before ever reaching the ocean. Those who survived were taken to slave forts along the Atlantic coast. These fortresses became the last places where millions would ever know freedom. Inside dark stone dungeons, captives waited for days, or even weeks. Chained together, they had no idea where they were going or if they would survive. For many, this was their final glimpse of freedom. Once they reached the Atlantic coast, captives were no longer seen as people, but as merchandise. Negotiations lasting for days exchanged human lives for firearms, textiles, gunpowder, and other trade goods. Slave traders inspected every captive individually. Teeth, muscles, age, and physical condition were examined as the strongest individuals were selected to fetch the highest prices. Before boarding the ships, many captives were shaved and branded with hot irons. The mark declared that they were no longer free people, but the property of a slave trader. Then came the most heartbreaking moment. Families were torn apart as chained captives were forced aboard waiting ships. For most, it would be the last time they ever saw their homeland or their loved ones. The ship's lower deck was transformed into cramped wooden compartments where even breathing was difficult. Hundreds of people remained chained together for weeks with almost no room to move. Crossing the Atlantic often took 1 to 3 months. Storms, disease, and starvation claimed thousands of lives before the journey was even over. Each day, captives were briefly brought onto the deck. They were not allowed fresh air out of compassion, but to keep them alive and valuable enough to be sold. Beyond the horizon lay only the endless ocean. Behind them was the homeland they would never see again. Ahead awaited an unknown world from which there would be no return. Days turned into weeks. In the middle of the Atlantic, the ships moved through storms, hunger, and fear. No one knew when the journey would end. The lower decks were dark, humid, and airless. Sometimes no people were needed to tell the story. The narrow corridors and shadows said everything. By morning, only exhausted silence remained on the deck. The ocean stretched endlessly as the ship continued along one of history's darkest routes. Africa faded farther away with each passing day. Only the sea remained on the horizon. For millions, this journey became a separation with no return. After weeks at sea, the ships finally reached the ports of the Caribbean and the Americas. But this was not the end of the journey. It was the beginning of a new life in bondage. At the ports, people were inspected, one by one, and valued according to their age and physical strength. Within minutes, an entire life could pass into the hands of a new owner. The auctions were more than places where people were sold. They were where families were separated forever. Husbands, wives, children, and siblings were often purchased by different owners. Those who survived now stood in an unfamiliar world. Years of exhausting labor, oppression, and uncertainty lay ahead. The voyage had ended, but slavery had only just begun. Across the Americas, vast plantations of sugarcane, tobacco, and cotton stretched for miles. Their entire economy depended on forced labor. Work began before sunrise and often continued until sunset. Extreme heat, exhausting labor, and constant fatigue turned every day into a struggle for survival. Freshly cut sugarcane was rushed to the mills, where it was crushed and processed into one of Europe's most valuable commodities. Human labor powered an expanding global economy. Even when the day ended, freedom did not begin. The next sunrise would bring the same fields, the same routine, and the same struggle. For many, this cycle lasted a lifetime. Not everyone accepted their fate. Under the cover of darkness, some escaped into the forests. Ahead lay the unknown wilderness. Behind them, the fear of capture. Those who escaped established hidden communities deep within mountains and forests. There, they struggled for years to protect the freedom they had reclaimed. Plantation owners organized armed patrols to stop escapes. Capturing fugitives became a way to intimidate everyone who remained. Despite unimaginable oppression, the hope of freedom never disappeared. Some escaped, some resisted, and others fought, so future generations might one day live free. Despite everything, they refused to forget their past. At night, elders passed down their language, stories, and traditions to the next generation. Music and rhythm were more than entertainment. They preserved hope and united people who shared the same suffering. Every sunrise brought the same hardships, yet the dream of freedom never completely disappeared. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, the trade continued to expand. Hundreds of ships followed the same route each year, making the slave trade one of the most profitable systems in the global economy. The Atlantic slave trade became one of the largest trading systems in history. Ships sailed from Europe to Africa, transported enslaved people to the Americas, and returned to Europe carrying plantation goods. As sugar, cotton, coffee, cocoa, and tobacco reached European ports, immense fortunes were created. Behind every shipment stood plantations, sustained by forced labor. Ports such as London, Lisbon, Bordeaux, and Amsterdam grew, wealthy through this trade. Every ship crossing the Atlantic became part of an expanding global economy. On one side stood growing wealth, on the other, endless human labor. The Atlantic slave trade transformed not only millions of lives, but also the course of the global economy. Despite years of oppression, the desire for freedom never disappeared. Secret meetings were held, escape plans were made, and resistance continued to grow. At the same time, powerful voices against slavery began to emerge across Europe. Newspapers, books, and pamphlets questioned the morality of the slave trade. After years of debate, several nations began banning the slave trade. Yet even after new laws were passed, illegal trafficking continued for many years. As the Atlantic slave trade slowly came to an end, it left behind millions of shattered lives. Its consequences would outlast the ships themselves by generations. In 1807, Britain outlawed the Atlantic slave trade. The Royal Navy began intercepting illegal slave ships across the Atlantic, but the law did not end the trade overnight. Despite the ban, illegal trafficking continued for years. Under the cover of darkness, ships unloaded their human cargo at remote colonial harbors. Although the trade declined, the plantation system remained. Millions were still denied their freedom as entire economies continued to rely on their labor. After decades of struggle, slavery was abolished in many countries. Yet what remained behind were not only broken chains, but wounds that would last for generations. Over 4 centuries, millions were taken from Africa. Entire regions lost population, productivity, and opportunities for future development. The consequences lasted for generations. Across the Atlantic, Europe was rapidly industrializing and growing, wealthier. Expanding ports, trade routes, and factories reshaped the balance of the global economy. As the slave trade declined, Europe's interest in Africa did not disappear. This time, the goal was no longer people, but the continent itself, and its vast natural resources. The Atlantic slave trade had come to an end, but for Africa, a new chapter was just beginning. Soon, the European powers would return not to buy people, but to divide an entire continent.
Chronology of existence. Chronology of existence. We were built to last through time.
In 1492, the world stood on the edge of change. No one knew that a small fleet sailing into the Atlantic would forever alter the course of human history. Christopher Columbus sailed west, hoping to reach Asia. Instead, he was about to encounter something far greater than he had ever imagined. At the time, Europeans did not truly know the shape of the world, or what lay beyond the ocean. Their maps were incomplete, and the unknown inspired both fear and curiosity. This voyage would lead to far more than the discovery of new lands. It would raise empires, destroy civilizations, and lay the foundations of the modern world. For centuries, Europe's wealth depended on the East. Silk, spices, and precious goods traveled thousands of kilometers before reaching European markets. After the Ottoman conquest of Constantinople in 1453, Europe's trade routes changed dramatically. Commerce with the East became more expensive and increasingly difficult. Europe's kingdoms searched for another solution. If the overland routes to Asia had become difficult, perhaps the ocean offered a new path. Portugal explored the coast of Africa. At the same time, Spain prepared to support a far bolder idea, sailing west across the Atlantic. For years, many rulers rejected Columbus's proposal, but in 1492, King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella of Spain decided to give him one final chance. Columbus believed the Earth was smaller than it actually was. He was convinced that sailing west would lead directly to Asia. In August 1492, the Santa Maria, Pinta, and Nina left the harbor. No one aboard knew what awaited them beyond the Atlantic. Columbus was searching for Asia. Instead, his voyage would unknowingly change the destiny of two worlds forever. Days turned into weeks. As the ships crossed the endless Atlantic, the crew slowly began to lose hope. Many sailors demanded to return. Others believed only death awaited beyond the ocean. The threat of mutiny grew stronger each day. Columbus refused to change course. He remained convinced that land lay ahead and persuaded his crew to continue. On the morning of October 12, 1492, the long-awaited moment arrived. Land appeared on the horizon. The crew believed they had reached Asia, but they had actually arrived at the threshold of an entirely new continent. On October 12, 1492, Columbus and his crew landed on an island in the Bahamas. Yet they still believed they had reached the eastern shores of Asia. The island was home to the Taino people. They welcomed the newcomers peacefully, offering food, water, and small gifts. What caught Columbus's attention most was gold. Every rumor of greater riches pushed him to continue exploring. Columbus continued exploring the islands for months. Without realizing it, he had opened the gateway to an entirely new world for Europe. After months at sea, Columbus returned to Spain. His news electrified not only the royal court, but all of Europe. Columbus presented gold, exotic plants, and stories from the newly discovered lands. Spain now believed even greater discoveries were within reach. Columbus's return sparked a new age of exploration. Spain launched expedition after expedition, and the Atlantic became a gateway to opportunity rather than a barrier. Before long, Spain was no longer alone. Other European kingdoms would soon join the race to claim the riches of the New World. After Columbus returned, Spain and Portugal both claimed the newly discovered lands. Europe's two greatest maritime powers stood on the brink of conflict. In 1494, the Treaty of Tordesillas produced an extraordinary decision. Most of the still unknown world was divided between two kingdoms. Under the treaty, Portugal focused on routes through Africa toward Asia, while Spain expanded westward into the newly discovered lands. The treaty would have an unexpected consequence. Before long, Portugal would reach a vast land on the eastern coast of South America territory that would become Brazil. In 1500, Portuguese navigator Pedro Álvares Cabral sailed across the Atlantic on his way to India, but unexpected winds carried his fleet farther west than planned. The vast coastline on the horizon belonged to eastern South America. By chance, Portugal had made one of the greatest discoveries in its history. Portugal claimed the land for its crown. Under the Treaty of Tordesillas, Brazil officially became part of the Portuguese Empire. The two maritime empires now followed different paths. Portugal focused on global trade routes, while Spain prepared to push deeper into the Americas. Only a few decades after Columbus's voyage, Spanish explorers reached the heart of the Americas. There they encountered one of the greatest civilizations of the age, the mighty Aztec Empire. In Iwo-Jima, Hernancourts, and only a few hundred soldiers, began one of history's boldest expeditions. Though vastly outnumbered, they set their sights on the powerful Aztec Empire. Emperor Moctezuma too watched the newcomers carefully. The first meetings appeared peaceful, but neither side truly understood the other's intentions. Gold captured the Spaniards' attention above all else. That wealth would soon ignite one of the greatest conquests in history. Courts did not fight alone. Many indigenous nations that opposed Aztec rule joined the Spanish. Their alliance would change the course of history. In 1521, Tenochtitlan came under siege. After weeks of relentless fighting, one of the greatest cities in the Americas began to fall. War was only part of the disaster. Disease and famine devastated the empire as well. The mighty Aztec state disappeared into history. With the fall of the Aztec Empire, Spain took its first great step toward becoming the dominant colonial power in the New World. But this was only the beginning. Far to the south, an even larger empire still stood. After the fall of the Aztec Empire, Spanish ambitions turned south. High in the Andes stood one of the greatest civilizations of the Americas, the Inca Empire. In 1532, Francisco Pizarro entered Inca territory with only a few hundred soldiers. Waiting ahead was an empire of millions. Emperor Atahualpa agreed to meet the strangers. But what seemed like diplomacy would become one of history's greatest ambushes. The attack at Cajamarca lasted only a few hours. Atahualpa was captured, and the fate of the Inca Empire was changed forever. To secure his freedom, Atahualpa offered one of the greatest ransoms in history. He promised to fill one room with gold and two more with silver. 4 months, Inca treasures were collected. Priceless works of art were melted into gold bars, ready to be shipped across the Atlantic. Despite the ransom being paid, Atahualpa was never released. After a brief trial, he was executed, leaving the Inca leadership in ruins. With the fall of the Inca Empire, Spain became the dominant power across much of the Americas. These conquests transformed not only continents, but also the global balance of wealth and power. Spain gained far more than new territories. Gold and silver flowing from the Americas began to reshape the global economy. Precious metals were not the only things crossing the Atlantic. Potatoes, maize, tomatoes, cacao, and tobacco transformed European agriculture and daily life forever. In return, horses, cattle, wheat, and new farming practices reached the Americas. The two continents were now transforming one another forever. Farsala at the greatest cost was paid by the indigenous peoples. Diseases brought from Europe claimed millions of lives, permanently transforming the population of the Americas. Spain's enormous wealth did not go unnoticed. Soon, England, France, and the Netherlands also crossed the Atlantic, determined to claim their share of the New World. In 1607, England founded Jamestown, its first permanent colony in North America. This small settlement marked the beginning of a nation yet to be born. In 1620, the Pilgrims arrived aboard the Mayflower and settled at Plymouth. Their search for religious freedom helped fuel the rapid growth of England's colonies. Over the following decades, the English colonies spread rapidly along the Atlantic coast. Their expansion would soon lead to a decisive struggle with France for control of North America. By the mid-18th century, North America was divided between two great European powers. Britain dominated the eastern coast, while France controlled the vast interior. War erupted in 1754. Britain and France were not alone. Both sides fought alongside indigenous allies in a struggle that would shape the future of North America. The fall of Quebec in 1759 changed the course of the war. Soon after, France was forced to surrender most of its North American territories to Britain. Britain had won the war, but victory came at an enormous cost. To pay its massive debts, the British government turned its attention to the American colonies. After the war, Britain faced enormous debt. The government in London decided that the American colonies should help pay the cost of victory. The new taxes sparked outrage across the colonies. The colonists believed it was unjust to be taxed by a parliament in which they had no representation. In 1773, hundreds of chests of tea were thrown into Boston Harbor. The protest became an open challenge to British authority. The chances for compromise were fading fast. The colonies began preparing for war, and within a few years, one of history's most significant struggles for independence would begin. On the morning of April 19, 1775, two armies faced each other at Lexington, Massachusetts. No one knew that within minutes, history would change forever. When the first shots were fired, there was no turning back. The battles of Lexington and Concord marked the beginning of the American Revolutionary War. Representatives of the colonies gathered once again in Philadelphia. Their goal was no longer simply to defend their rights, but to shape a common future. Congress created the Continental Army and appointed George Washington as its commander. Ahead lay a long and difficult war against one of the world's most powerful empires. On July 4, 1776, the Continental Congress gathered in Philadelphia to proclaim not just a rebellion, but the birth of a new nation. Written by Thomas Jefferson, the Declaration of Independence proclaimed that governments derive their power from the consent of the governed, and that people possess fundamental rights. Once the signatures were placed on the document, there was no turning back. The 13 colonies had formally declared their separation from the British Empire. The Declaration of Independence was more than the founding document of the United States. It became one of history's most influential statements on popular sovereignty and individual rights, inspiring democratic movements around the world. After years of war, the decisive moment arrived. In 1781, American and French forces surrounded the British Army at Yorktown. The surrender of General Charles Cornwallis changed the course of the war. Britain had largely lost its chance to regain control of the colonies. The Treaty of Paris in 1783 officially recognized the independence of the United States. After years of conflict, a new nation had entered the world stage. The war had been won, but the greatest challenge was only beginning. The young republic now had to transform its hard-won independence into a stable and enduring nation. Independence had been won, but the new nation still needed a government. In 1787, delegates gathered in Philadelphia to draft one of the most influential constitutional systems in modern history. The new constitution established a balance between the legislative, executive, and judicial branches, creating a strong federal government for the young republic. In 1789, George Washington took the oath as the first president of the United States. The new nation had become a functioning state, not just an idea. America's story did not end here. Ahead lay westward expansion, civil war, and the rise of a global superpower. That journey continues in America, Part 2. America had won its independence, but the greatest challenge was only beginning. The young republic would either disappear into history or change the world forever. The war was over, but winning freedom was far easier than building a nation strong enough to survive. In the 1790s, America was nothing like the nation we know today. It was a narrow strip of land along the Atlantic, surrounded by powerful empires. Ahead lay unexplored lands, wars, and impossible choices. This journey would transform a small republic into a global power. In 1789, George Washington took the oath as the first president of the United States. The hero of the Revolution now faced the challenge of shaping a new nation. The new Constitution was now in effect, but building a stable government would not be easy. Congress and the presidency were working together for the very first time. The young republic remained fragile. Britain controlled the north, Spain held the south, and the vast Louisiana territory blocked America's path to the west. As America looked westward, a new leader was rising in Europe. A single decision he would make would forever change the destiny of the United States. By 1803, Europe stood on the brink of another great war. Napoleon Bonaparte was preparing to focus all of France's strength on the battles ahead. France controlled the vast Louisiana territory, stretching from the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains. It was one of the most strategic regions in North America. War was draining France's treasury. Napoleon urgently needed money, and defending distant lands across the Atlantic was becoming increasingly difficult. At that moment, an extraordinary opportunity emerged. A single agreement between the United States and France would redraw the map of North America forever. For President Thomas Jefferson, the Mississippi River was more than a trade route. The future of the young republic depended on controlling it. The American diplomats traveled to Paris hoping to purchase only the port of New Orleans. Instead, Napoleon made an unexpected offer. In 1803, the Louisiana Purchase transferred more than 2 million square kilometers of land to the United States for about $15 million, nearly doubling the nation's size overnight. Versailles-en-Metz was far more than a land purchase. The greatest obstacle to America's westward expansion had disappeared. Beyond the frontier, an unknown continent awaited. After the Louisiana Purchase, President Jefferson wanted to uncover the secrets of America's new frontier. He sent Meriwether Lewis and William Clark on one of history's greatest expeditions. The expedition crossed lands that had never been carefully mapped by the young nation. Endless prairies, mighty rivers, and an unknown world stretched before them. Along the journey, the explorers met many indigenous nations. Their most valuable guide was Sacagawea, whose knowledge helped lead the expedition safely across the continent. After more than 2 years of exploration, the expedition reached the Pacific Ocean. America had not only expanded, had begun to envision a future stretching across the entire continent. America was growing, but the British Empire still refused to fully accept the young republic as an equal power. Once again, tensions would erupt into war. War broke out in 1812. Fierce battles on land and at sea demonstrated America's determination to defend its independence. Farsay. Lan Min. 1814 British forces entered Washington and set fire to the White House and other government buildings. The young nation suffered one of the greatest shocks in its history. Although the war ended without a decisive victor, the United States had endured. The world now recognized America as a permanent and independent nation. Ahead lay an unstoppable era of westward expansion. After the War of 1812, America's confidence grew. The goal was no longer survival, it was to become the dominant power of the continent. In 1823, President James Monroe delivered a message that would change world politics. European powers would no longer be allowed to interfere in the Americas. The Monroe Doctrine was more than a foreign policy statement. The United States declared that it would shape the future of the Western Hemisphere. America now looked toward the western frontier. Ahead lay Florida, Texas, and a vast expansion that would reach all the way to the Pacific Ocean. A new challenge emerged along the southern frontier. Spanish Florida had become a center of border conflicts and instability. In Ibaito, the Adams-Onis Treaty transferred Florida from Spain to the United States. Once again, the young republic expanded its borders. At the same time, thousands of American settlers moved into Mexican Texas. Fertile land and new opportunities encouraged a growing wave of westward migration. As the American population in Texas continued to grow, tensions with the Mexican government intensified. Before long, these lands would become the stage for another struggle for independence. By 1836, tensions had erupted into war. Texas rebels launched a fight for independence against Mexico. Their first great test would be the Alamo. The defenders at the Alamo were vastly outnumbered. After days of siege, the fortress fell, but their resistance became one of the most enduring symbols in American history. After the Alamo, General Sam Houston rebuilt his army. At the Battle of San Jacinto, a surprise attack lasting only minutes changed the course of the war. After the victory, Texas declared itself an independent republic, but its future would soon become tied to the United States, a decision that would once again plunge North America into war. In 1845, Texas officially joined the United States. Mexico refused to recognize the annexation, and the two nations moved rapidly toward war. War broke out in 1846. American forces advanced rapidly, gaining control over much of northern Mexico within a short time. In 1847, American troops entered Mexico City. The outcome of the war was now clear, and Mexico was forced to seek peace. The Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo in 1848 gave the United States California, New Mexico, and vast western territories. The nation had expanded once again. But no one yet knew that unimaginable wealth would soon be discovered in these lands. In January 1848, an ordinary discovery was made at a small sawmill in California. A few flakes of gold found in a river would change America's future forever. News of the gold spread rapidly across the world. Thousands left everything behind and headed for California. Then tens of thousands, and soon hundreds of thousands followed. Versailles, 1849. California had become a massive gold camp. Fortune seekers arrived from every corner of the world in search of unimaginable wealth, and the gold rush transformed more than lives it transformed cities. San Francisco grew from a small port into one of America's fastest growing cities. But as the nation expanded, another issue grew with it: slavery. America was expanding rapidly, but every new territory raised the same question: would slavery spread into these new lands? While the North rapidly industrialized, the South relied on vast cotton plantations worked by enslaved labor. Two very different worlds were emerging within one nation. Political compromises were no longer enough. The nation was no longer divided by opinion. Alone it was splitting into two opposing camps. At that moment, a politician from Illinois was rising onto the national stage. The election of Abraham Lincoln would trigger the greatest turning point in American history. In 1860, Abraham Lincoln was elected president. His opposition to the expansion of slavery sparked outrage across the southern states. Before Lincoln even took office, South Carolina led several southern states in declaring secession. The United States now stood divided between two rival governments. The seceding states formed the Confederate States of America and elected Jefferson Davis as their president. The chances for compromise were disappearing rapidly. On April 12, 1861, the bombardment of Fort Sumter marked the beginning of the American Civil War. The four-year conflict would forever reshape the nation and the lives of millions. The Civil War had raged for 2 years. In the summer of 1863, the Union and Confederate armies met at Gettysburg. The battle would decide the future of the United States. General Robert E. Lee launched one final assault to break the Union lines. Instead, Confederate forces suffered devastating losses as they crossed the open battlefield. After the battle, Abraham Lincoln delivered a brief but unforgettable speech at Gettysburg. It became a lasting symbol of the fight to preserve the Union. After Gettysburg, the balance of the war shifted. The Confederacy would never again invade the North. The United States was now moving toward the final chapter of the Civil War. On January 1, 1863, Abraham Lincoln signed one of history's most important documents. The war would no longer be fought only to preserve the Union, but also to secure freedom for millions. Following the proclamation, thousands of African Americans joined the Union Army. They were now fighting not only for their nation, but for their own freedom. Fighting side by side on the battlefield, these new regiments became a vital force in the struggle that would redefine the United States. The centuries-old system of slavery had begun to collapse. But the war was not yet over. The final battle that would determine America's future still lay ahead. By 1865, the Confederacy was exhausted. General Ulysses S. Grant launched the final offensives, forcing Southern armies into retreat. The Confederate capital of Richmond had fallen. After 4 years of war, the end was now inevitable. On April 9, 1865, General Robert E. Lee surrendered to General Grant at Appomattox Courthouse. The bloodiest war in American history had finally come to an end. The Union had survived. Slavery had come to an end, but the nation was left with hundreds of thousands of dead, devastated cities, and the enormous task of rebuilding itself. The war was over, and America was preparing to reunite. But only days after victory, the nation would be shaken by an unimaginable tragedy. On the night of April 14, 1865, Abraham Lincoln was assassinated. By the following morning, America had lost one of its greatest leaders. Varsia Lincoln's funeral procession traveled thousands of kilometers across the nation. Millions gathered to bid farewell to the president who had preserved the Union and met. Lincoln was gone, but the legacy he left behind transformed America forever. The Union had survived, slavery had come to an end, and the nation stood united once more. But this was not the end of America's story. It was only the beginning of its rise to a global superpower. 541 million years ago, Earth did not resemble the world we know today. In the depths of the oceans, life suddenly began to multiply. Predators appeared. The First Great War began beneath the seas. And within just a few million years, Earth transformed into an alien world. "541 million years ago, an incredible event began on Earth. Today, scientists call it the Cambrian explosion. Because life began to diversify faster than ever before. Life had existed on Earth for billions of years, but most organisms were extremely simple. Microscopic organisms, soft-bodied creatures, primitive forms of life. But then, a massive change began in the oceans. The atmosphere was changing. Oxygen levels were rising. And this transformation allowed life to reach an entirely new level. For the first time, complex eyes evolved. Hard shells appeared. Powerful muscle systems developed. Creatures could now move efficiently. But the greatest change was this: creatures began hunting one another. And so, Earth's first great predators emerged. One of the most terrifying creatures of the Cambrian seas was an anomaly. It was nearly 1 meter long. By the standards of its age, it was a gigantic monster. It had enormous eyes. It captured prey with sharp, grasping limbs. The trilobites were among the most common creatures of the Cambrian period. They had hard outer shells. Some could swim, while others crawled across the ocean floor. And for millions of years, they dominated the oceans. But the Cambrian explosion did not only create new creatures, it also created competition. To survive, creatures had to become faster. They had to become stronger. Defenses began to evolve. Shells became thicker. Spikes appeared. Camouflage began to evolve. Earth's first great evolutionary arms race had begun. The Cambrian oceans were extremely dangerous. Predators were everywhere. Strange creatures roamed the seas. Some had long spikes, others had multiple eyes. Earth truly looked like an alien world. Many animal groups that appeared during this era became the ancestors of modern life. Scientists still ask one question: why did the Cambrian explosion begin? Some point to rising oxygen levels. Others believe genetic changes were responsible. But one thing is certain. Without this event, complex life might never have evolved. There would be no fish, no dinosaurs. Because the Cambrian explosion was the beginning of Earth's great story of life. The story of humanity began in dark prehistoric oceans. 541 million years ago. Massive continents drifted slowly, while oceans covered most of the planet. On land, there was still great silence. The oceans were the true center of life. Strange colonies of organisms spread across the seafloor. Sponge-like creatures, primitive worms, and bizarre soft-bodied organisms. Some creatures began actively swimming for the first time. This development completely transformed predation. Now, hiding was no longer enough. Creatures had to escape. They had to fight. During the Cambrian explosion, evolution accelerated dramatically. According to many scientists, most major animal groups appeared during this era. The first arthropods, the first advanced predators, the first complex nervous systems. Nature was becoming far more complex. And this complexity became the foundation of all future life. The eyes we use today, our movement systems, even basic body structures, may trace much of their origin back to this period. Life in the Cambrian seas was brutal. A predator could attack at any moment. That is why organisms were forced to evolve constantly. Faster fins, stronger shells, sharper senses. For millions of years, this struggle continued. Long before dinosaurs walked the earth, 252 million years ago, the largest extinction occurred. World. The world experienced hell. Giant volcanoes. The atmosphere became toxic. Oceans warmed and lost oxygen. Nearly 90% of species went extinct. The Earth began to reshape. The climate was mostly hot and dry. Only the strongest could survive. The Triassic began after this devastation. About 252 million years ago. End of the Permian period. Pangea. Our world is still a single continent. 252 to 247 million years ago. Early Triassic begins. Earth is still extremely hot. Life struggles to recover. Inland areas are dry and desert-like. 240 million years ago. Archaea. Ecosystems slowly stabilize. A new era is about to begin. Reptiles spread across the land. Crocodile-like archosaurs appeared. Small mammal-like creatures emerged, preparing for a battle for survival. Giants had not appeared yet. Survival was the priority. The formerly dominant species had become extinct. The ecosystems were empty. About 230 million years ago, the first small dinosaurs appeared. They were small in size. They were fast and agile. They were not dominant yet. Survival mattered more than hunting. They moved cautiously in open areas. Being small was an advantage. Speed mattered more than strength. These traits set them apart. But they were still few in number. The age of dinosaurs had not begun yet. 225 million years ago, Earth was slowly changing. Large reptiles struggled. Small dinosaurs used these gaps. They could reproduce quickly. They adapted more easily. But they were still not dominant. Earth was approaching another turning point. "215 million years ago, the climate became more stable. Rainfall increased. Plants spread across the land. Green landscapes expanded. Ecosystems began to strengthen. Food sources increased. Survival became easier. Dinosaur numbers slowly increased. Species diversity grew. Small groups formed. Competition became more balanced. Earth became more humid. Dinosaurs adapted to their environment. Different feeding strategies evolved. Herbivores became more common. Predator-prey balance formed. Earth was now more alive. Rainfall became regular. Dinosaurs became more visible. But dominance was not complete yet. 201 million years ago, the Jurassic period began. Climate stabilized. Plant diversity increased. Dinosaurs rapidly multiplied. Species became more defined. Large body size became an advantage. Predators specialize. Initially, the small dinosaurs she became the ruler of the land. Jurassic is the heart of the age of dinosaurs. 190 million years ago, giant dinosaurs appeared. They are called sauropods. Earth could now support giants. When life found balance, it grew. Power came not from destruction, but from harmony. Subscribe and like. The world was changing. Life endured. The survivors. Mammals were rising. Open lands prevailed. The world was shifting. Cooling intensified. The adaptable endured. $2.6 million years ago. The Ice Age began. The struggle for survival began. Cold and warm periods alternated repeatedly. Cold took control. Antarctica became isolated. The ice sheets expanded further each year. The hot springs could no longer reach the shores. Life had to adapt to the increasing cold. Polar life began. Forests have begun to be replaced by open spaces. The planet's balance was shifting. Marine life adapted. Life carried on. It was as if the world was preparing for something. And the story continued. Life accelerated. Nature came alive again. Rapport. The land dried. Drought spread. The silence would not last. The change was very sharp. Why this preparation? Years pass. It's as if a guest is coming. The house seems to be tidying up quickly. A system where only those who adapt survive. Glacial cycles began. The Ice Age deepened. The ice began to melt. The Ice Age lasted long. But the climate did not remain constant. Sunlight reached the land again. Rivers were set free. Grasslands expanded. Animals moved into open plains. time flowed. And one day, millions of years later, humanity appeared. And humanity entered the stage. The real story begins now. The story continues. Stay tuned. When humans learn how to survive. Before we understand these ages, we have to travel back, not hundreds, not thousands, but millions of years into the past. This is our world. Travel back before humanity. A colder Earth ruled life. Much of the planet was covered in ice. Yet one region refused to freeze. The cold could not reach here. Animals gathered where life remained. Water meant survival. The first humans appeared here in Africa. Daylight was their safety. The open land meant life. But the night changed everything. In the dark, they were not alone. Running was survival. They could not fight. Only escape. Not every enemy had teeth. The wind could be stopped. Not everywhere meant death. For the first time, someone slept. Something was wrong with the stone. They had found a place the wind could not reach. The dark was deeper than night. For the first time, it felt safe. For the first time, they did not fear the darkness. They fed on wild plants and fruits they found in nature. The animal carcasses they found were their only source of protein. This was insufficient for existence. They had to organize and become stronger. The line between life and death was very thin. Survival came first. The stone broke. The edge was different. It cut the skin. Meat separated. They had never seen flesh open like this before. The smell was strange, but irresistible. Others noticed the smell. Something new was happening. For the first time, food brought them together. The life reflex is about always being. Inventions are shaped by need. He looked at the stone again, this time, not as a rock, as a possibility. There wasn't much material where they lived. They didn't have time either. The strongest species was not human. The smartest had not awakened yet. One day, it picked up a stone. Not to throw. Not to hide. It looked at it. Something was happening. The bone cracked, not by teeth, but by stone. They had found a new force. He struck again. Same place, same motion. This time, on purpose. He struck. The others watched. The movement repeated. Now there was not only a doer, but learners. This was not a hunt. This became a lesson. Humanity began here. They fixed the sharp stone to a branch. It became the first spear. With the handle, the blow grew stronger. Even bone could break now. They moved together through the grass, not fleeing anymore, approaching. Step by step, they advanced. The sticks were no longer for defense. They stopped. So did it. No one fled. Something had changed. They held the spears tighter. Fear was still there, but controlled. For the first time, they faced nature, together. It stepped back. For the first time, they advanced. It ran. Now the hunters followed. No escape remained. Everything was decided here. Closer and closer. There was nowhere left to go. The hunt ended. Nothing would be the same again. They were no longer prey. They had become hunters. Stone met flesh. The tool had meaning now. They cut with intention, not tearing, shaping. This was more than food. This was control. The hide kept the cold away. Stone-shaped bone, tools could now create tools. A tiny hole appeared. Nothing would fall apart again. They no longer searched for shelter. They built it. Bone, wood, and hide became walls. Nature was reshaped. For the first time, they had a place to return to. From stone came tools. From tools came life. The sky flashed. Night changed. They had never seen light like this. They only watched. The sky struck the earth. The tree began to burn. They felt the power of the fire. They touched the light. It followed them. Now the night stayed away. The night was no longer theirs to fear. They had made their own sun. From the sky came fire. They carried it, and the darkness ended. They brought the meat closer. Something changed. The smell was new. They waited. He tasted, then reached again. This was better. They all held the meat over the fire. The lesson spread without words. They tasted together. Hunger changed into comfort. The fire fed more than their bodies. Eyes spoke first. Faces carried meaning. Sound was no longer instinct. Imitation began. Sounds gained meaning. The first agreement was born. Thought was shared. Humans were no longer alone. Language was being born. One night, humans stopped wandering. In the end, they understood each other. They talked about tomorrow, as if it would stay the same. They were chatting, unaware of what the morning would bring. The world was falling apart. The world as they knew it was slipping away. Even the animals were running away. And they didn't know where to go. There was no road for the first time. For the first time, they fell behind. Knowing wasn't enough to understand. They were helpless in the face of nature's power. The trace disappeared. The lands where they hunted were gone. There was no ground left to stand on. They called, but there was no response. Hunger now had a face. Hope was fading. Fear divided the tribe. Life was silently leaving her. Some returned to their memories. Life was waiting here. From the ashes, life has returned. They didn't go this time. They waited. The answer was in the ground. They tried to replicate the world. Patiently. They watched, and it changed. They did it again. The animals are back. But nothing was the same. They no longer had to follow them. For the first time, they could stay. And again. Now they understand. They could do tomorrow. Humanity changed the day it stopped. Civilization began here. They were no longer searching for food. They learned, and they taught. For the first time, they watched life grow. Days passed. The earth responded. Time was no longer chasing them. She was returning with them. They had entered the rhythm of the world. More fires were lit. More fires were lit. People don't travel very far anymore. Walking around the camp, they reinforced the walls. What was temporary has become permanent. The wind no longer made the decision. They had some difficult visitors. He walked into the wilderness. They did not come as enemies. They allowed them to stay. They fed them. A new alliance was emerging. The person was no longer alone. They had a future ahead of them. They stayed nearby. They felt like they were part of something bigger. Farm life has begun. They learned to live with life. They led the flock. Fear has been replaced by confidence. Humans stopped adapting to nature. They started editing nature. Humans stopped adapting to nature. They started editing nature. The earth responded. My hands were full. The hunger has receded. First time enough. The earth finally spoke. Their waiting weighed heavily on them. They hid the harvest. Not for today. For later. Food now had value. The value had to be protected. It was hidden in protected areas. Ownership is born. Some were protecting even more. This was no longer a partnership. They fought for tomorrow. Food became difficult. The union had ended. This chaos had to end. One voice became more important. They chose to listen. Order replaced chaos. That night, security emerged, and the next morning, society was born. Not everyone was a hunter anymore. Some protected, some produced. Some of them were no longer hunting. They were making tools. The information wasn't withheld. It was taught. Experiences were shared. A voice began to be heard. Nobody was right yet. It was no longer power. It was words that determined the outcome. The first verdict was given. The Neolithic Age has begun. Next chapter, the Chalcolithic Age. You can continue this journey with us. 5700 BC, the sun set for the last time over Chronological. In the heart of Anatolia, one of history's greatest secrets lay hidden. Thousands of years ago, this fertile plain became humanity's first great home. This place, where water and earth met, gave life to tens of thousands. On the banks of the Karsamba River, the first steps of civilization were taken. Why did tens of thousands of people suddenly abandon that giant home they lived in for millennia? While thousands poured into streets in Mesopotamia, Europe was still in the deep silence of endless forests and solitary wooden houses. The grandeur of stone had not yet begun on the Nile. Life consisted only of the river's mud and reeds. In the Far East, life flowed with the rhythm of the earth and collective serenity, far from the greed of property. Across the ocean, the door had not yet been invented. Humanity was migrating boundlessly, without property, in nature's lap. What was it that the great crowd on the roofs of Chronological couldn't fit, that they turned their backs on one another? Was that first gap between the walls a sign of a breakup or a new freedom? What did that transition period that gave birth to today's cities take from us, and what did it give? The 1,000-year experiment ended. The great city fell silent. Now begins the great void and the 1,000-year march. The earth turned bitter, the fertile marshes dried up. Granaries emptied, hunger seeped through the walls. Hearths went cold, the 1,000-year fire no longer warmed. It was time to leave. Nature was casting them out. Smoke trapped in cramped houses turned the air into poison. An invisible enemy, plagues, seeped through the walls. The price of living side by side was heavy, bodies grew weak. Now these sacred houses were turning into graves. The necessity of living in tight spaces gave way to rage. The silent harmony of 10,000 people broke with a great roar. Neither rules nor shared meals were enough anymore. The dream of living together was replaced by the ambition for independence. The great community shattered. Families broke away from the city one by one. Safe walls were abandoned. The first steps into the uncertain step were taken. Those dark holes, where thousands of voices once rose, fell into silence. Humanity was escaping into freedom from this giant prison of its own making. Walls were no longer shared. Houses began to separate from each other. That narrow gap between the houses was the first street in history. Humanity began to breathe and see sunlight at ground level. Now everyone had their own boundaries. Privacy was quietly being born. Walls were pierced from below. For the first time, entrances moved from roof to ground. There were no longer ladders, but thresholds. The first hello was said at the door. There were no longer ladders, but thresholds. The first hello was said at the door. The door was not just an entrance, but the first shield protecting man's fortress. When the door closed, the noise and gazes of the outside world remained behind. For the first time, humanity tasted the peace of breathing without others watching. Now we had secrets, private moments shared. Behind walls were born. When the door closed, the community ended, and the individual and family began. The colorful stones in the earth's bosom were heralds of a new power. Fire brought the hard rock to its knees. Copper melted in the glowing embers. Molten metal took the shape of a new world in stone molds. Now, not only stone, but also metal bowed to the will of man. Ketal fell silent, but the dream it built was sealed beneath the earth. Though thousands of years passed, the desire to live together never died. Smoke rising from mud roofs has turned into towers, reaching for the sky today. We are the heirs today of the great story that began in those cramped rooms. The street was not just a road, it was the first boundary between yours and mine. Humanity took its first step from a common roof to a personal land here. The door and the threshold were born. Now the front of the house was as private as the inside. The giant mound of the past was giving way to an organized order, the first neighborhood. Streets were not just paths, they were the world's first free markets. Economy moved from the privacy of roofs to the transparency of the street. Barter came to life on doorsteps. The street was a bond connecting people. Every story shared made the city grow a little more. Loads were no longer carried on backs but on wheels that the streets now allowed. Ownership brought fear with it. Now it was necessary to protect not just the house, but the street as well. Those first stones surrounding the houses drew the insurmountable boundary between us and them. The door was now being locked not just for guests, but to keep the enemy out. Streets turned into the defense lines of civilization. Every corner became a new fortress. The street was no longer just a passage. It was a giant machine holding thousands of people together. As the city grew, streets began to carry not just people, but water and the burden of civilization. Where the street ended, walls began. The city was now both a sanctuary and a giant prison. In Uruk, streets were no longer just passages. They were the first great social contract holding thousands of strangers together. Doors closed. Property became sacred. The street was now the sharp boundary between what belongs to all and what belongs to one. The sound of the wheel echoed for the first time on these unpaved roads. The street was no longer just for walking, but for hauling in trade. And then, time warped. Mud brick gave way to stone, and paths turned into imperial roads connecting continents. Light made the street livable at night. Random paths turned into a planned city. The gap between two houses was the street's first breath. Stone and gravel protected the street against mud. Crossing paths created the first public space. The cleanliness hidden under the street was civilization. The wheel widened the shoulders of the street. Climate changed. the Euphrates shifted. The street was condemned to the dust of a parched city. As the water receded, distant settlements were one by one plunged into silence. The streets became the dusty refuge for those fleeing to the city for survival. The street was no longer just a path. It was the last bastion of order. The wrath of the climate forced people to seek refuge behind massive walls. As the crowd grew, the rules of the street were carved into clay, not just memory. Records replacing words became the new and unshakable memory of the street. Information turned into an invisible power, governing the city and ending chaos. Water was trapped beneath the street. Hidden channels kept the city clean. Engineering turned chaos into health. Infrastructure became the foundation. The wheel made the street not just a path, but the main artery of civilization. Every brick was the work of a collective will that turned chaos into order. Randomness ended. The streets were now the work of a mind and a plan. The unseen revolution was under the street. The first channels gave life to the city. Speech faded. Clay tablets became the unshakable memory of the street. Millions of bricks protected the street from the chaos of the outside world. The street was no longer just a path, but the signature of a civilization. Randomness ended. Every street was the work of a mind and a plan. The story of the street didn't start here, but here it became immortal. It all began beneath this silent mound. For 9,000 years, this earth kept humanity's strangest secret in its heart. When the first shovel hit in 1958, all known history was torn apart like paper. What stood before us was not a village, but a giant labyrinth. As archaeologists gazed into that dark void, into the depths of a grave, a 9,000-year silence was shattered by a terrifying ritual. In this strange world, there were no roads or doors. The city was sealed together like a giant labyrinth. Life was on the rooftops. People lived their daily lives on these massive terraces that resembled public squares. So, what was the great fear that cut off 10,000 people from the outside world and trapped them in this breathless order? When science broke this deep silence and gazed into that dark void, into the depths of a grave, a 9,000-year silence was shattered by the coldness of the bones emerging to light. What we encountered was not just death. It was the first evidence of a terrifying and ancient ritual. To enter a home, you had to step down into the unknown through that narrow, dark hole in the sky. Every rung of the wooden ladder pulled you away from the outer world and left you in the arms of a smoky silence. When you reached the bottom, neither light nor doors welcomed you. There was only the suffocating narrowness of the walls. These houses were not just shelters. They were windowless, breathless cells where 10,000 people were trapped. Belongings were few, but silence was plenty. Everyone shared the same narrow space, the same dim light, and the same fate. The walls were so close. There was no private life here, nor a secret corner. Everyone was watching each other, every single moment. No one could be different here. There were no leaders, no slaves, but there was no freedom either. 10,000 people moved as a single soul. Everyone slept at the same time, lived the same way, and bowed to the same rules. So, what great fear sustained this perfect order that even a king could not provide? Walls were not just mud. They were woven with the bones of the wild. Giant bullheads were like gods, watching you every moment. Red paint was not just a decoration. It was the trace on the wall of a ritual, of shed blood, and of untamable fears. They did not conquer nature. They chose to imprison savagery in the deepest corner of their home and sleep beside it. Watch where you step. In these houses, the floor was not just earth, but a grave cover. They buried their loved ones right beneath where they slept, in a fetal position, as if in the womb. Death was not a parting here. The living and the dead were sealed together forever under the same roof. The story of some dead did not end with burial. They would separate the skulls from the bodies and give them a new life. They rebuilt their ancestors' faces with clay. They made new eyes from mud and pigment so they would never forget. These masks watched those sitting on reed mats by the fire. Death was right there, by the hearth, inside the family every evening. In this dark world, power came not from gold, but from a black glass born in the heart of the volcano, obsidian. They crafted it so sharply that obsidian was both a hunter's most loyal friend and the most perfect blade, two-part skin from flesh. But obsidian was not just for cutting. It was a black, misty mirror where humans first encountered their own dark reflection. The true masters of the steppe were not them, but the leopards watching from the shadows. They could not domesticate this savagery, but by carving it onto their walls, they turned fear into a power imprisoned within their homes. Wearing a leopard skin was not just clothing. It was the only way to possess and rule the most predatory spirit of nature. It all began with these symbols: power, belief, and fear. These walls you touch are silent witnesses of 9,000 years. This is Chronological, the first metropolis with no streets and doors closed to the world. You had only one way in, this dark opening on the roof. Outside was a wild world. Inside, a life of claustrophobia. Why were they hiding? From the gods above, or from each other? Sunlight could only seep through this hole. Just like life, narrow and limited. Their weapons were made of volcanic glass, as sharp and dark as obsidian. But the real mystery was hidden in the floors of these empty rooms. 10,000 people were breathing inside a giant labyrinth. They are still there, watching us and guarding our secrets. And one day, when the sky filled with fire, everything would change. Watch where you step, because they are right beneath you. They slept together. Death was not an end here. The hardest goodbye was indoors. Every house was a cemetery. He was following his ancestors. This silence has a price. Even the walls are made of bone. Why didn't they let them go? We are burying our secrets. Chronological, City of the Dead. This massive mound has kept humanity's greatest secret in its heart for 9,000 years. Today, Science dives into the heart of this silent giant to map the digital past. With every brushstroke, we return to a unique world, without property or hierarchy. There were no masters in these houses. Everyone was equal under the same sky. Art was coming back to life with the blood of the earth, through natural pigments. Yet life lived in the shadow of Mount Hazen, always ready to vent its fury. These lines on a wall were the first known landscape painting in history. Cleanliness was an obsession. They sealed their walls with fresh white plaster every year. They were devoted to their ancestors, burying them right under the rooms where they slept. As the first seeds of farming were sown here, humanity learned to domesticate nature. 10,000 people wrote history on the roofs of this streetless giant labyrinth. 10,000 people wrote history on the roofs of this streetless giant labyrinth. And now technology is finally beginning to break this deep, millennial silence. But then, the climate changed and rivers ran dry. The protective fire of the city slowly began to fade. The massive population of 10,000 succumbed to nature. All that remained were the soot marks on the walls. People abandoned the city with fear and uncertainty. After 2,000 years, Cataloic sank into silence. They even left their sacred figurines in the dust. No one knows exactly where they went. The roofs were sealed, never to be opened again. The last meals were never eaten. The pots remained empty. The city today is still waiting to speak beneath the earth. We are in a place where time and space lose meaning. We are touching the first great secret of humanity, 9,000 years ago. These bones, these lands, are not just remains. They are silent witnesses to a forgotten fear, a suppressed scream. But to reach this secret, you had to step down into the unknown, through that narrow, dark hole in the sky. Cataloic fell silent. That great roar that lasted for thousands of years gave way to the dust carried by the wind. But this was not an end. It was the beginning of a vast void. Humanity escaped these narrow walls and set out on that great march that would last 1,000 years. In the next episode, what happened after Cataloic? How did humanity change in that great void? We are going to that new and wild world called by the rivers, Mesopotamia. Stay tuned. History began with a question asked between two rivers. Sumer cradle of civilization, where rivers were tamed and time measured. They didn't just survive, they recorded human memory. Law, math, and time were born here. They controlled the rivers and built an empire. Logistics was born here. The wheel-powered trade. Bricks built the first state. Wealth became numbers. Power became records. They divided time itself. The hour was born. They mapped the sky. The circle was defined. Writing began to tell stories and laws. The first hero, Gilgamesh, seeking immortality. Enlil roared, the great flood came. Cities served the gods, humans obeyed. Even kings feared the dusty underworld. Their myths shaped humanity. They fought for water, not unity. Internal wars ended their golden age. Drought turned nature into their enemy. A northern power would replace the cities. Every civilization is a continuation of a memory. Thousands of years earlier, humans did not know cities, but they had learned to live together. This was not a world of walls. It was a world of people leaning on each other. No streets, no doors, only life on the rooftops. Life began on the rooftops. A streetless human hive. Change broke the old safety. In 5000 BC, the first souls took a leap of faith. They walked away from the only home they knew, heading south toward the wild marshes. They were not searching for a place. They were searching for a way to live. And they found water. But water was not life. Water was chaos. Then someone cut the earth. They mastered water with engineering. The wheel began a new era. The first Sumerian city, Uruk, began the Bronze Age. Before civilization, only rivers existed here. Humans had not yet built cities. This land was older than the Sumerians. Sometimes the water gave life. Sometimes it took everything away. Humans here were not against nature. They were learning to live with it. Humans tried to stop the water. Alone, it was impossible. The land was no longer just plowed. A path was given to the water. Nature was changing direction for the first time. The homes began to multiply. People no longer lived alone. Neighborhoods appeared. Shared spaces formed. Someone began to guide it. They built the first skyscrapers. Writing was born from accounting. They turned stars into numbers. Water clocks measured the night. They created the 360-degree circle. Edaba trained the first administrators. Information became power through records. Writing became art and poetry. Rivers created a trade empire. They created the state treasury system. They created the first medicines. The cedar plow fed the first cities. Patterns became a visual language. The first global market was born. Law replaced tribal rule. Grain became the first wealth. Bronze gave them power. Taxes became a sacred duty. They connected east and west by sea. Sumerian cities were the Venices of the ancient world. A city raised against the desert. War became an organized force. The first army marched as one. Survival was decided in bronze. Sumer didn't die, it waited. Under the silent dunes of Mesopotamia, their words were preserved in clay. While empires of stone crumbled into dust, these humble tablets kept the secrets of the first stars, the first laws, and the first stories of mankind. They are the ghosts in our clocks, the logic in our laws, and the ink in our history. Sumerians may have vanished into the desert, but as long as we write, calculate, and look at the stars, they live within us. Sumer's chapter ends here, But the storm of history is just beginning. In our next episode, the world's first empire rises from these very sands. The Akkadian Empire witnessed the dawn of King Sargon and the birth of a new era. For the complete story of our world, don't miss our playlist, a chronological journey from Earth's creation to today. You will love exploring how every piece of the puzzle fits together. Stay tuned for the full chronology. In the east of the ancient world, on the Iranian plateau, lived a people. These people would later be known as the Persians. And one day, they would build one of the greatest empires in history. At first, the Persians were not a great empire. For many years they lived under the rule of the Median Empire. But in these lands, a new power was about to rise. Soon a powerful leader emerged in these lands. His name was Cyrus, later known as Cyrus the Great. His leadership would completely change the fate of the Persians. In 550 BC, Cyrus launched a great rebellion against the Median king. The Persian army faced the Median forces on the Iranian plateau. This war would mark the beginning of the Persian Empire. Cyrus' army defeated the Median forces and achieved a great victory. This triumph marked the moment of Persian independence. And thus, the Achaemenid Persian Empire was born. After his victory, Cyrus continued his conquests. He marched west toward the powerful kingdom of Lydia in Anatolia. This campaign would greatly expand the Persian Empire. Cyrus's army reached Sardis, the capital of Lydia. The city was protected by strong walls, but the Persians began a siege. In the end, Sardis fell, and the kingdom of Lydia became part of the Persian Empire. After conquering Lydia, Cyrus turned his attention eastward. His next target was Babylon, the greatest city of Mesopotamia. This campaign would shape the future of the Persian Empire. The Persian army marched toward the heart of Mesopotamia. Their target was Babylon, one of the greatest cities of the ancient world. For centuries, the city had been a powerful center of the region. In 539 BC, the Persian army reached Babylon. The city fell into Persian hands with little resistance. Mesopotamia now became part of the Persian Empire. Cyrus entered Babylon not just as a conqueror, but as a new ruler. He worked to maintain order in the city. This policy would define Persian rule. The conquest of Babylon greatly strengthened the Persian Empire. From Anatolia to Mesopotamia, vast lands were now under Persian control. The Persians had rapidly built a great empire. Cyrus's rule strengthened the foundations of the Persian Empire. The conquests were not only about land. They were also about building a strong system of governance. Cyrus ruled the empire for many years. After his death, the throne passed to a new king. The Persian Empire would continue to expand. Cambyses II, who took the throne, began new conquests. His target was Egypt, one of the strongest kingdoms of Africa. The Persian army marched south. In 525 BC, the Persian army conquered Egypt. This victory expanded the empire into Africa. The Persian Empire now stretched across 3 continents. One of the most important kings of Persia was Darius. His rule made the empire even stronger. Darius introduced major reforms. Darius launched massive construction projects. The city of Persepolis was built during this period. It became a symbol of Persian power. The Persians built a vast network of roads. The royal road connected distant regions of the empire. These routes improved trade and communication. At its greatest extent, the Persian Empire had become a vast power. Its lands stretched from India to Egypt. One of the first true super-empires of the ancient world had emerged. The Persians influenced the world not only through war, but also through trade. Their roads connected distant regions. This network strengthened the economy. The Persian Empire included many different peoples. These cultures continued living under Persian rule. This system helped the empire remain stable for a long time. One of the most famous Persian military units was the Immortals. This elite force always consisted of 10,000 soldiers. They were known as the strongest army of the empire. But in the west, the Persian Empire would face a new power. Greek city-states were rising along the Aegean coast. This encounter would lead to some of history's most famous battles. In 490 BC, Persian and Greek armies met at Marathon. It was one of the first major battles of the Greco-Persian Wars. Greek hoplites achieved an unexpected victory. Years later, King Xerxes launched a massive campaign. A huge Persian army marched toward Greece. This would become one of the greatest military expeditions of the ancient world. King Xerxes sent messengers to the Greek cities. The envoys arrived in Sparta, demanding submission. But the Spartans would not accept this threat. Preparations for war began in Sparta. King Leonidas gathered his warriors. The Spartans were ready to face the Persian army. The Persian Empire was advancing toward the Greek lands. When the news reached Sparta, preparations for war began. Spartan warriors started gathering in the city courtyard. Soon, King Leonidas arrived in the courtyard. He stood before the warriors and assessed the situation. The Persian army was marching toward Greece. Leonidas began carefully inspecting the warriors. He was choosing the strongest and most experienced soldiers, because they would face a massive Persian army. In the end, 300 Spartans were chosen. This small force would march with Leonidas to Thermopylae. They were preparing for one of the most famous battles in history. Leonidas and the 300 Spartans left Sparta. They marched to defend the lands of Greece. Their destination was the pass of Thermopylae. The Spartans arrived at the pass of Thermopylae. This narrow pass limited the movement of large armies. Leonidas chose it as the perfect place for defense. Soon the Persian army appeared on the horizon. Xerxes commanded a massive force, but the Spartans had no intention of retreating. At the pass of Thermopylae, Spartan warriors tried to stop the Persian army. King Leonidas and 300 Spartans resisted bravely. The battle began at the pass of Thermopylae. The Spartans fought in a tight phalanx formation. In the narrow pass, they managed to stop the Persian army. The Persian army attacked again and again, but the Spartans continued defending the pass. The battle lasted for days. Eventually, the Persians found a way around the pass. The Spartans were surrounded. Leonidas and his warriors chose to fight until the end. In the end, the Spartans were completely surrounded. King Leonidas and his warriors refused to retreat. They fought until the end and fell at Thermopylae. This moment became one of the most famous battle stories in history. The Persian navy met the Greek fleet at Salamis. In the narrow sea, the battle became a major defeat for Persia. This victory strengthened Greek resistance. Despite the Greek wars, the Persian Empire survived. The empire continued ruling its vast lands. But over time, its power slowly weakened. In the 4th century BC, a new power emerged in the west. Alexander the Great of Macedon marched eastward. His target was the Persian Empire. In 331 BC, the Battle of Gaugamela took place. This battle became the turning point for the Persian Empire. The Persian army was defeated and the empire began to collapse. The Battle of Gaugamela was a disaster for the Persians. Darius's army was forced to retreat. Alexander continued advancing deeper into the east. Soon Alexander reached the city of Babylon. The city surrendered without another major battle. One of the great cities of the Persian Empire was lost. King Darius III fled eastward. He tried to gather a new army to save the empire. But Persian power was collapsing rapidly. Alexander marched toward the heart of Persia. His army followed the royal road. The core of the Persian Empire was now in danger. One of the most magnificent cities of the Persian Empire was Persepolis. It served as the ceremonial capital of the Persian kings. The city symbolized Persian power. Alexander finally reached Persepolis. The Persian capital was now defenseless. The Macedonian army entered the city. The palaces of Persepolis were filled with immense wealth. Alexander seized the Persian treasures stored there. This victory increased his power even further. Soon the palaces of Persepolis were set on fire. Much of the city burned in flames. This moment symbolized the end of the Persian Empire. One of the greatest empires in the world had fallen. The throne of the Persian kings now stood empty. The balance of power in the ancient world had changed. Alexander now ruled a vast empire. The lands of Persia were under his control. But history would not end here. The Persian Empire would be remembered as one of history's greatest states. Its lands stretched across 3 continents. This scale made it a superpower of the ancient world. The story of history's greatest battles does not end here. Follow and subscribe to see what comes next. The towering cedar trees atop the mountains of Lebanon were the pens that wrote the destiny of the Phoenicians. These trees were so remarkably strong that the ships built from them defied the fierce waves of the Mediterranean. It all began with a voice lost among the dusty pages of history, beyond written history. The masters of the sea lay quietly in wait. With the launching of these vessels into the sea, history's first true seafaring people emerged. The Phoenicians were not a single empire, but a series of interconnected giant port cities. Tyre and Sidon were like impenetrable fortresses built upon the sea. These ports became the first great metropolises where goods, languages, and cultures from across the world blended together. The heart of maritime trade beat here. And the wealth of Phoenicia flourished within these harbors. Tyrian purple, obtained from sea snails, was more valuable than even gold in the ancient world. This special color was produced through the laborious processing of thousands of sea mollusks. Over time, this color became an indispensable status symbol for kings, emperors, and nobles. The greatest secret of Phoenicia's economic power and wealth lay hidden in this unique purple dye. But Phoenicia represented not only trade, but also an impenetrable defense. A circular waterway leading to the center, with a small island in the middle where the admiral was positioned. When the enemy entered, they would find themselves facing a massive fleet. This was strategy written in stone and water. The Cotton Harbor, rising in Carthage, was the most advanced military engineering marvel of the ancient world. From the outside, this circular harbor appeared to be a quiet trading center, but inside, there were secret hangars housing more than 200 warships. According to legend, Phoenician merchants discovered glass by chance while lighting a fire on the beach. They were drops of light spreading to every corner of the Mediterranean. This was the greatest proof of how the Phoenicians mastered the elements of nature, fire, and sand. Now we turn our camera thousands of miles away, across the Atlantic Ocean, to the rainforests of Mexico. While the Phoenicians were shaping glass, the Olmecs, a major culture of the Americas, were rising to prominence. They were carving colossal basalt rocks to erect mysterious 20-ton statues and developing complex calendars. While the Phoenicians navigated by looking at the stars, the Olmecs used those same stars to build their pyramids. Two different worlds, with one shared curiosity: the sky. Meanwhile, in the east, in the heart of China, the Zhou dynasty reigned supreme. This empire, which proclaimed the sanctity of governance, with the concept of the regency of the heavens, was laying the foundations of philosophy and social order. While purple-dyed fabrics adorned kings in the west, an empire of silk and wisdom was rising in the east. Varsalan met in history was like a gigantic machine beating, unaware of each other, but at the same pace. They set aside complex hieroglyphs and cuneiform scripts to create the first alphabet, consisting of only 22 letters. Thanks to this revolutionary invention, reading and writing moved beyond the monopoly of palaces and reached the common people and merchants. The foundation of the modern alphabets we use today was laid with this knot tied by Phoenician scribes thousands of years ago. The Phoenicians did not just build ships, they also learned to read the language of the sea. They were the first sailors to find their way during night voyages by following the North Star, known at the time as the Phoenician Star. Their double-rowed galleys, the biremes, provided both agility in war and high capacity in trade. This technological superiority made them the undisputed sole masters of the open seas. They were the only people who dared to cross the Pillars of Hercules, known today as the Strait of Gibraltar, which was considered the end of the known world. They fearlessly ventured into the fierce waters of the Atlantic Ocean, circumnavigated the African continent, and reached the British Isles to trade in tin. For them, the horizon was not a limit, but the beginning of a new world waiting to be discovered. These courageous expeditions changed the geographical knowledge of antiquity forever. Carthage, whose foundations were laid with the exile story of Princess Dido, soon reached a power that would overshadow even its mother city, Tyre. This new city rising on the North African coast became the most magnificent fortress of the Phoenician spirit and commercial genius. Carthage was not just a colony, it was the new master of the Western Mediterranean and the center of a massive empire that would rival Rome. This rise ensured the spread of Phoenician influence throughout the entire Mediterranean basin. one of the greatest strategic battles in history took place before the city of Tyre, which was considered impenetrable. To capture this island city on the sea, Alexander the Great achieved a massive feat of engineering by building a causeway from the shore to the island. This relentless siege, lasting for months, was not just the fall of a city, but a historical turning point where the Phoenician city-states began their physical decline. With this event, the absolute dominance of the ancient world over the seas began to change hands. Even though the Phoenicians have withdrawn from the stage of history, their indelible footprints still remain in every letter we write today, in our maritime rules, and in our global trade system. They were the first true global civilization to connect distant lands. Their courage, intelligence, and cultural legacy continue to shine like jewels embedded in the foundations of the modern world. Although the masters of the sea are gone, we touch the legacy they left behind every single day. The ancient world was far larger than we imagined, bound together by invisible threads. From Phoenicia to America, from China to Africa, humanity built with the same unwavering determination. In the next episode, we'll explore the great turning point where these civilizations met. Don't forget to subscribe and join this vast journey. The jungles of Mexico hid America's greatest secret for thousands of years. This dense green canopy carried the traces of a massive genius isolated from the modern world. In 1862, a peasant found the first colossal head underground, changing American history. Around 1200 BC, a massive civilization suddenly rose in these jungles. Without any preparation phase, they directly reached the peak in architecture and art. Before the Aztecs and Mayans were on the scene, the Olmecs had already discovered the calendar and writing. They are the mother culture that laid the foundation for all great Mesoamerican cultures. The name Olmec was given to them by the Aztecs thousands of years later, meaning rubber people. What they called themselves in their own language remained hidden in the dark and lost pages of history. It still astonishes the scientific world that they emerged with such flawless stonework without a primitive beginning. It was as if this advanced technical knowledge had come to them from across the ocean. Olmec engineers built massive artificial mountains by moving millions of cubic meters of earth in the middle of the swamp. These structures were designed to prevent destructive floods and to be closer to the sacred sky. Water channels carefully carved from stone are one of the most advanced hydraulic engineering examples of the ancient world. This system, which brought continuous clean water to the city, is tangible proof of the Olmec's technical genius. The Olmecs went down in history not only for their giant stone heads, but also for the rubber balls they developed. By processing latex obtained from rubber trees growing in forests, they managed to produce flexible and durable balls. These balls formed the basis of the sacred ball game, played in Mesoamerica. The game was not just entertainment, it also represented cosmic symbolism. The ball symbolized the sun or planets in the sky, and the player's struggle depicted the battle between order and chaos in the universe. The rubber technology developed by the Olmecs later spread to the Maya and Aztec civilizations, marking the beginning of a tradition that would last for thousands of years. Every street and structure in the city is not random, but aligned according to specific star systems and planets. They were the first astrologers to successfully translate the divine order of the sky into a city plan on Earth. They not only observed the sky, but also interpreted the cycles of Venus and the movements of the stars as sacred signs. This cosmic understanding would later form the basis of the advanced celestial calendars and astrological traditions of the Mayan civilization. How did a people without wheels or pack animals bring these blocks from the mountains 100 kilometers away? This journey across the turbulent waters of rivers is one of the greatest puzzles in the history of engineering. The thick lips and wide-nosed structures on the statues contrast greatly with indigenous American genetics. These characteristic facial features may be a sign of a secret intercontinental bond in the ancient world. The helmets on the heads bear striking and inexplicable similarities to ancient Middle Eastern and Phoenician warrior helmets. These details show that history is much more complex and connected than what we are told. Each head has its own expression and soul. These are not just statues, but copies of living kings. The Olmecs defied time by carving the immortality of their leaders into these massive stones. According to Olmec belief, the head is the most important center where the soul, intelligence, and sacred power are gathered. Therefore, by depicting only the head instead of the body, they aim to preserve the essence of the person. Deep hammer marks on some heads are the result of a ceremonial ritual performed when a leader died. These marks were left to release the dead king's power from the stone and send his soul to eternity. Many colossal heads were hidden by being buried underground in a grand ceremony shortly after being made. These statues may have been intended to serve the underworld gods rather than the physical world. The colossal statues face the precise coordinates where the sun rises and sets during the solstices. These massive stones were also fixed observation points used by the civilization to measure time. Long-bearded strangers with different clothing, never seen among the local people, are depicted in the reliefs. These figures are the memory of mysterious guides who set foot on the American continent thousands of years ago. The La Venta Pyramid is America's first pyramid and symbolizes a sacred volcano. This massive earthen structure was the first spiritual bridge the Olmecs built between heaven and earth. Giant mosaics buried underground are secret gifts, prepared for the gods and hidden from human eyes. Thousands of tons of precious jade were laid deep in the earth to form complex serpent motifs. The tools they made from hematite may be the first examples of a compass, showing they discovered the Earth's magnetic field. This technology proves they tracked not just the stars, but the invisible forces of the Earth. The Olmecs processed obsidian as smooth as a mirror to direct light and energy into dark temples. These mirrors were used in rituals, both for divination and to control the power of the sun. They saw jade as the sacred color of life, water, and eternity, valuing it more than gold. The most skilled artisans carved hard stones as fine as silk to create immortal masks. The Cascile block is the oldest and most mysterious, evidence of the first complex writing system in the Americas. The symbols on this stone are one of the ancient world's greatest unsolved linguistic puzzles. The Olmecs developed a number system of dots and bars capable of complex astronomical calculations. This mathematical genius allowed them to accurately measure cycles spanning thousands of years. Being one of the first civilizations to use zero as a digit shows the depth of their mathematical knowledge. The concept of zero was a symbol of their understanding of the void and eternity of the universe. The Olmecs' adoption of this understanding shows that they were not only mathematicians, but also great philosophers who contemplated everything in the universe. By interlocking two different calendars, they perfectly controlled time from both religious and agricultural perspectives. This system is a massive legacy that would form the basis of the Mayan calendar thousands of years later. The Olmec's greatest god was a half-human, half-jaguar, being representing power and the underworld. This figure symbolized the union of nature's wild power and human intelligence. Mysterious baby-faced figures were sacred spirits, representing rain from the sky and the fertility of the earth. These statues were offerings for the continuation of the agricultural cycle that fed society. It was believed that priests transformed into jaguars during rituals and communicated with the spirit world. This shamanic transformation was the most feared and respected ritual of Olmec society. Sacrificial ceremonies to please the gods and maintain the balance of the universe began in the dark corners of Olmec temples. These bloody rituals were seen as a price to be paid for the continuation of life. They consecrated caves as massive mouths opening to the realm of the dead and the dwellings of the gods. These dark passages were sacred spaces where the fine line between life and death met. The oldest traces of the Mayans' famous feathered serpent god Kukulkan are hidden in these old depictions of winged snakes. This motif represented the eternal connection between earth and sky and wisdom. They saw mountains as the true home of the gods and built massive altars to reach these peaks. Every mountain was a ladder stretching to the sky and a source of divine power. Around 400 BC, these massive cities began to be abandoned, suddenly and mysteriously. Although there is no certain evidence as to why the population dispersed, environmental disasters are the most likely possibility. The shifting of riverbeds and volcanic eruptions may have completely collapsed their agricultural systems. Nature, taking back the fertility it offered, also paved the way for the end of this great civilization. This was not an escape, but a farewell ceremony. They entrusted those imposing, wise faces to the compassionate embrace of the earth, so that the spirits of their kings, even if their cities were destroyed, would live forever in the heart of the land. This was not a defeat, but an act of preserving memory and honor. Although the Olmec civilization vanished, their language, beliefs, and calendar systems were inherited by the Mayans and Aztecs. Every great culture in Central America, from pyramid construction to the writing system, was born from this legacy they left behind. The foreign facial features on the colossal stone heads and underground cities discovered with LiDAR technology still make researchers think about mysterious connections. These statues may be proof that human history united much earlier than we thought. This is perhaps the most intriguing question. What if the Olmecs weren't silent witnesses to the history we know, but rather a missing link in a forgotten global network? What if those stony faces were the memories of visitors or ancestors from across the oceans? beginning of civilization, mystery itself, and the common heritage of humanity. Remember, these colossal, heads deep in the jungles, continue to whisper the truth and ancient knowledge to us. The beginning of civilization, mystery itself, and the common heritage of humanity. We will continue to trace these ancient secrets. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel to join us on this journey into the depths of history, and not miss the rest of the series. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, in the caves of Zhoukoudian, primitive humans control fire for the first time. The struggle for survival begins amidst dark forests and wild animals. As the Ice Age ends, people leave the caves and settle. Along the Yellow River, the first millet fields are planted, and the art of painted pottery leaves the first marks of civilization. Around 2500 BC, society becomes complex. Longshan people build high walls and produce technological marvels, pitch black, glossy, eggshell-thin pottery. The legendary Yellow Emperor Huangdi gathers the scattered warrior tribes along the Yellow River under one roof, laying the political and cultural foundation of Chinese civilization. Empress Lisu, while sitting under a mulberry tree in her garden, unspools silk fibers from a cocoon that fell into her teacup, starting the silk weaving that would dominate the world for millennia. Let us witness how the fate of a river, the fate of a people, and the determination of one man intertwined, and how a dynasty was born. Here, we understand how Great Yu transformed into a legend by harnessing the destructive power of nature to serve humanity. Great Yu, working for 13 years to stop the deadly floods of the Yellow River, drains the water to the sea by digging massive canals and establishes China's first official dynasty, Xia, with the people's gratitude. Shang priests crack turtle shells and fire to read the will of the gods. The symbols engraved on these cracks become the earliest ancestors of Chinese writing. The last Shang king, Di Xin, falls in love with the legendarily beautiful but cruel Daji, indulging in luxury in palaces with lakes of wine while his people starve. The virtuous Zhou leader Wu unites the tribes and defeats the Shang army at the Battle of Mai. King Di Xin sets himself on fire with his treasures, ending the dynasty. Zhou kings declare they have received the mandate of heaven. They establish China's first major feudal system by distributing land to nobles gathered in the palace square. Amidst political turmoil, the sage Confucius teaches morality and loyalty to his students under a willow tree as philosophies that will forever change China's mindset begin to flourish. As central authority collapses, China divides into 7 great states. Technology shifts from bronze to iron, and massive armies clash to rule all of China. Ending the warring states period, Qin Shi Huang declares himself the first emperor. He unifies the 7 kingdoms under one flag while standardizing weights, currency, and writing. To stop nomadic raids from the north, the emperor connects previously built walls into a massive defense line. Thousands of workers raised the world's largest structure on mountain peaks. Fearing death, the emperor buries thousands of clay soldiers underground, each with a unique face to protect him in the afterlife. The Silk Road carried not only silk and horses, but also the arts and riches it encompassed as China encountered the world. Beyond its walls, it was also experiencing an enlightenment. Within itself, the stability of the Han Dynasty paved the way for some of history's most brilliant inventions and cultural achievements. Now, it is witnessing an invention that will change the very end, and a history that will never allow the past to be lost. Tsai Lan, an official in the Han court, produces the first real paper by mixing tree bark and old rags. This invention changes the world by allowing knowledge to move from bamboo sticks to light pages. The capital Tianjin becomes the largest and wealthiest city in the world. In palaces with vast gardens, poets, musicians, and scientists produce the most elegant examples of Chinese art. A massive fleet on the Yangtze River is engulfed in flames as the strategic genius Zhuge Liang turns the wind. Unified, smaller armies engulf the tyrant Cao's massive force in fire. Three legendary warriors under blooming peach trees, Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei, swear an oath to remain brothers until death, to protect the people and save the empire. The wise Zhuge Liang sits on the city walls with a feather fan. Stopping the enemy with a single musical note, he proves to the world that intelligence is superior to brute force. The Tang capital Chang'an becomes the world's largest city with a population of 1 million. Arab, Persian, and Indian merchants from the Silk Road gather in markets filled with silk and spices. Wu Zixin, the first and only woman to sit on the throne in Chinese history, rules the empire with her intelligence and iron fist. She takes the power of women in society and the grandeur of art to its peak. Wise poets Li Bai and Du Fu write their poems by the river, under the moonlight, as Chinese literature and painting produce the most elegant examples that will not be forgotten for millennia. Towards the end of the Tang dynasty, in the 800s AD, 9th century Chinese alchemists accidentally invent gunpowder while searching for the elixir of immortality in their laboratories. Although this explosive mixture was initially just a matter of curiosity, it ignited the fuse of a fire that would radically change human history. This revolutionary secret is carried to the Arab world and then to Europe via the Silk Road. Caravans setting out from China carry not only silk and spices, but also the formula for this destructive power that will shape the world on an intercontinental journey, forever changing the nature of war. This technology reaches its peak during the Song Dynasty. Gunpowder arrows and the first cannons begin to roar on the battlefields. Chinese civilization now guides the world, not only with its philosophy, but also with its engineering. From the first fire by the Yellow River to the world shaking invention of gunpowder, Chinese civilization, like a river, flowing uninterrupted for thousands of years, shaped the soul with its philosophy and the world with its engineering. On this journey, we only saw the foundations, the wisdom of Confucius, the ambition of the first emperor, and the grandeur of the Silk Road. Deep within the jungle, a civilization forgotten by time once rose. In the deep jungles of Central America, a civilization was born. A civilization beyond time. What an accurate description. The verdant lands of Mesoamerica, a civilization that was constantly evolving, not just in its calendars. Its pyramids were ladders reaching to the sky, and each GLF on its walls was a code whispering the secrets of the universe. For centuries, it was hidden by nature. Here are those lost ruins, once nestled in nature. Every stone, every vine tells a story. But this civilization would change the world. The Maya civilization spread across a vast region. It all began with small villages. Corn was at the center of life. To them, humans were created from maize. Villages slowly transformed into great cities. Cities rose in the heart of the jungle. Stone structures reached toward the sky. They built massive pyramids without metal, only with intelligence. Engineering, without using wheels, iron tools, or pack animals. They built pyramids overlooking the sky by moving tons of stone deep into the forests. Population, the total population of the cities, exceeded 10 million during this period. These structures were not just architecture, they were connected to the sky. On certain days, sunlight touched the pyramids and moved like a serpent of light. Architecture, they developed an acoustic and astronomica. Architecture so precise that during the equinoxes, the sun's rays would cast a serpentine shadow on the pyramid steps. The Maya watched the skies. The stars were their guide. Astronomy and calendar. They calculated the movements of Venus with accuracy. The solar calendar they developed differs from our modern calendar by only seconds. They tracked planetary movements, especially Venus, which was crucial to them. They tried to understand time and found ways to measure it. They created complex calendars, still incredibly accurate today. They were one of the first civilizations in the world to use the concept of 00. They developed a base 20 number system. Writing system. They possessed the most advanced writing system hieroglyphs in the Americas. They wrote history books using over 800 symbols. The Maya writing system was advanced, combining symbols and sounds. They imprisoned Venus in time, carved history into stone, and discovered 0. They carved their stories into stone, leaving records of kings and wars. Kings were not just rulers, they were believed to speak with gods. Rituals were part of daily life. Everything had meaning. Sacrifices were made for the gods to maintain balance in the universe. But the Maya world was not peaceful. Cities were constantly at war. Wars were fought for power. Blood was spilled for control. Captives were highly valued. They meant both power and ritual. Then nature began to change. Drought made life harder. Agriculture began to fail. The land was no longer as fertile. Cities were slowly abandoned. People left their homes behind. Massive structures stood empty. The jungle reclaimed everything. A great civilization collapsed, but the reason remains unclear. One thing is certain: the collapse was sudden and deep. But the Maya people did not disappear. They continued to live on. Today, millions of Maya still exist. Their culture and language live on. Their past still lives within them, and their story continues. The Maya civilization transcended time, leaving a deep mark on humanity. And some mysteries remain unsolved. Perhaps they never will be. The secrets of ancient civilizations and codes from the past. Stay tuned for more. 40 kilometers northeast of Mexico City lies a mystery. Its name comes from the Aztecs, the birthplace of the gods. But they didn't found this city. They discovered it. In the 1400s, when they looked at these ruins, they gave them names, but they didn't understand them. Because Teotihuacan doesn't speak. There's writing on it, but it's undecipherable. They have kings, but their names are lost. And today, 2,000 years later, we are still asking the same question: who were they? In 100 BC, while the Roman Republic was being established, and the Qin dynasty was rising, something else was happening here. In the middle of the valley, there was no river, no harbor, but someone was building one of the world's greatest cities. No wheels, no iron, but 100,000 men and a plan, a terrible plan. The plan for Teotihuacan is a message, a 2-kilometer-long boulevard, the way of the dead. Why the dead? Because along this road, there are small hills, graves, but who is in them? We don't know. The tombs have been plundered, perhaps kings, perhaps priests, perhaps victims. But this path is not just a street. It is an axis between the earth and the sky. In the middle of the road, the Pyramid of the Sun, 65 meters high, 225 meters base. In terms of volume, it is larger than the Great Pyramid of Giza in Egypt. But it's different. This pyramid is made of limestone and volcanic tuff, and it's not hollow. In the 1970s, a tunnel was discovered. It's 100 meters long. From underground towards the very center of the pyramid. But what's in the center? A tomb? A treasure? No, a room. And in that room, in 2015, mercury was found. Tons of mercury, liquid metal, for the journey of souls, for the passage of the dead. Mercury is poison, but it is also immortality. Chinese emperors also drank mercury to become immortal. They died in Teotihuacan. Mercury is perhaps the same thing, a quest for immortality. But for whom? For a king, or for the city itself? At the end of the road, the Pyramid of the Moon, smaller, older, more mysterious. 12 platforms in front of it, 12 in number, 12 moons, 12 planets, 12 gods. We don't know. But we know that this pyramid is more sacred than the Pyramid of the Sun. Because here, there are sacrifices, human sacrifices, children, animals, all for a ritual. Every 12 years, every 52 years, at the 0 point of the sacred calendar, we don't know, but the bones speak, and blood has seeped into the stones. The pyramids are fascinating, but the real Teotihuacan was here. Lavend, Tetatla, Sakawala. The names are modern, but the buildings are 2,000 years old. Multi-story apartment buildings. The first apartment buildings. Perhaps each one housed 60 to 100 people, families, craftsmen, merchants, and on. The wall of every room, paintings. Red, green, yellow. There's no wall without a jaguar, because the jaguar is power, and the feathered serpent, and the feathered snake. Quetzalcoatl, sky and wind, knowledge and death at the same time. Teotihuacan is a manufacturing center, obsidian, volcanic glass, the sharpest blade in the world, 100 times sharper than surgical steel, and this obsidian is everywhere. In Guatemala, in Honduras, all over Mexico. Trade, but how? No wheels, no animals. People carried things on their backs, 100 kilometers, 500 kilometers, and what did they get in return? Jade from Guatemala, 1,000 kilometers, feathers from the Amazon, seashells from the Pacific. This city is the center of a network, and this network has enveloped the continent. But Teotihuacan isn't just rich. Everything is planned. The streets are like cages. Every block is a square. Water, sewage, perhaps. 2,000 years ago, and there are no portraits of kings, no monuments. How was this city governed? The priestly class? A military aristocracy? or a system we don't understand. Perhaps the first megacity, the first anonymous power. 1,000 kilometers to the south, another world, the Maya. Tikal city-states, hieroglyphic writing, kings. But in 378 AD, something changes in Tikal. A new dynasty, a new architecture, and this architecture comes from Teotihuacan, Stela 31, stone monument. On it, a figure, Teotihuacan-style clothing, black glasses, the black-eyed squirrel. Its name is the black-eyed squirrel, and from that day on, Tikal grows up. It's fighting, it's expanding. Did Teotihuacan influence the Maya, or did it invade them? In Guatemala, at Caminal Ju, there's the Teotihuacan pyramid, the same style, the same technique. In Honduras, in Copan, there is Teotihuacan obsidian. This is not just trade. This is power, perhaps an embassy. Perhaps a prince ascended the throne through marriage. Perhaps an army came and changed a dynasty. But the result is the same. The influence of Teotihuacan stretches thousands of kilometers. This is not a city, it is an empire. Silent, unwritten, but real. And here's the interesting thing, the Maya wrote. They recorded everything, but about Teotihuacan, they wrote almost nothing. It was simply, that day, people came from faraway lands. Faraway lands, 1,000 kilometers, and then, silence. Why was Teotihuacan so frightening, or so secretive? Around 550 AD, maybe 600 AD. It's not certain, but something is happening. The city center is burning. The temples are being destroyed. The temple of the feathered serpent in particular. Symbols are being broken. Statues are being shattered. Is this an external attack, or an internal rebellion? Climate change, drought, Lake Texcoco is drying up, agriculture is collapsing, 100,000 people are going hungry, or the obsidian trade is stopping, alternatives are emerging, power is disappearing. But this isn't a sudden end, it's slow. 100 years people are leaving, apartments are being emptied. Some are going to Maya lands, to Tikal, to Copan. They're taking their knowledge, their beliefs with them. Some are going up into the mountains, to the high plains, and the city is being forgotten. Right? No. Because 600 years later, the Aztecs arrive. And they don't forget. They call it the birthplace of the gods, and they build temples here for their gods, layer upon layer, history upon history. The 1900s. Archaeology begins. The Porfirio Diaz era. Mexico is modernizing, and Teotihuacan becomes a tourist destination. But science progresses slowly. The 1970s, the tunnel is discovered. 1980s, radar. More structures beneath the city. 2003, A new chamber beneath the Temple of the Feathered Serpent. 2015. Mercury. And still, something new every year. The 2020s. LiDAR, remote sensing, and we still can't decipher the writing. We still don't know the names of the kings. Today, Teotihuacan is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Every year, it receives 4 million visitors, but still, the same mystery remains. Who were they? Why did they go? And, perhaps most importantly, what can we learn from them? The collapse of megacities, climate change, resource depletion, social inequality. All of these existed 2,000 years ago, and we're still asking the same questions. Teotihuacan is silent, but its stones speak. Every step is a message. Every wall tells a story. And we just listen. 2,000 years later, we're still listening. Because some places are outside of time, some questions must remain unanswered. Perhaps that is why it is still there, waiting. The birthplace of the gods, and perhaps of us too. Teotihuacan is still being excavated. Every new discovery updates this film. The city was aligned. Mercury discovered in 2015. Everything was still being analyzed. The writing system remains a mystery. Everything followed a deliberate plan. And perhaps we can never figure out should remain mysteries why they were built. Here they are, pyramids beneath the aligned stars. This city exists. There's secrets forever hidden, but no one knows who built it. One of the greatest mysteries in human history. Don't forget to subscribe to my channel. There is a city 400 meters above the Oaxaca Valley, on top of a mountain, Monte Alban. The White Mountain. This name was given by the Spaniards, who arrived in the 16th century, but they did not found this city. The Zapotecs built this city, yet even today, we still do not know the original name they gave to this mountain, because the Zapotec writing system has not yet been fully deciphered. 700 BC, that's 300 years before Rome founded the city. The Olmecs had collapsed. The Mayans were rising. But here, in southern Mexico, something else was happening. A people leveling the mountaintop, a construction project that lasted 300 years, and the resulting city with a population of 15,000 terraces, temples, observatories, and a message: we are here and we are watching. The construction of Monte Alban seems like madness. Why the top of the mountain? Why 400 meters up? Defense, perhaps? But there's more to it. Surveillance, control. The Oaxaca Valley is one of Mexico's most fertile agricultural areas. And this mountain is right in the middle of the valley. It sees everything. It controls everything. The city center, Grand Plaza, 300 meters long, 200 meters wide, flat, symmetrical, planned. This is the oldest planned city in Mexico, and this plan hasn't changed for 1,000 years. The J platform, the South platform, the Eyes Monument, all remained faithful to the original design from 700 BC. Why? Because that plan was sacred. The J platform, Monte Alban's most mysterious structure. Shaped like the letter J, but why J? Astronomical alignment, calendar calculation, or is it a burial complex? In the 1930s, more than 170 tombs were discovered here. Mummies, jade masks, obsidian knives, and one name, the 12 Apostles. Lady 12 Macaw. A female ruler, circa 450 BC, the most powerful period of the Zapotecs. Monte Alban's most famous monument, the dancing figures. Stone reliefs, over 300 figures, men, women, children. Some are dancing, some are in pain, some are dead, and above all, names, glyphs, hieroglyphic writing. The Zapotecs invented writing. Before the Olmecs, independent of the Mayans, but this writing system is still undeciphered. 80% of it remains unknown. The inscriptions on the figures, names, dates, places. There's a place called Bourgeois, where we don't know. An event called Bloody Moon, when we don't know. But what we do know is, these figures are prisoners, enemy, leaders. They're not dancing, they're being tortured. And this is the message of Monte Alban. If you oppose us, this is your end. This monument is propaganda, a show of force. But it is also history, a record of how the Zapotecs conquered their neighbors, and this record spanned 1,000 years. Because Monte Alban stood for 1,000 years, until 708. Rome fell, Teotihuacan fell, but Monte Alban still stood. The place of women in Zapotec society is still debated. Was it male-dominated, or did women also hold power? The tombs of the 12 Apostles support the second question. But is this the only example? Or were there more female rulers? We don't know. Because the Zapotec script remains undeciphered. And perhaps, when it is deciphered, we will find even more of the 12 Apostles. Outside Monte Alban in the valley, there were villages, agriculture, corn, beans, squash. 3 sisters, Mexico's staple food, and handicrafts. Obsidian work, ceramics, weaving. The Zapotecs were experts in textiles, and these textiles were traded to Teotihuacan, to the Mayans, even further afield. Monte Alban and Teotihuacan, 2 mountain cities, 2 power centers, 500 kilometers apart, but connected. Between 200 and 500 AD, there was intense trade. Obsidian, ceramics, jade, and perhaps ideas. Was Zapotec writing influenced by Teotihuacan writing? Or was it the other way around? We don't know. But what we do know is, these 2 cities knew each other, and they respected each other. Teotihuacan-style ceramics have been found at Monte Alban. Talak figures, feathered serpent motifs, and Zapotec jade from Teotihuacan. It came from Guatemala, but passed through Zapotec hands. This wasn't just trade, it was diplomacy, perhaps an alliance. 2 superpowers, not enemies, but partners. but there were differences too. Teotihuacan is anonymous. It has no king. The Zapotecs have names like the 12 apostles. Teotihuacan was unwritten. The Zapotecs were written, and perhaps that writing made the difference, because writing is identity. It is history, and the Zapotecs recorded their history. On tombstones, on monuments, and we are still trying to decipher those records. By AD, Monte Alban is being abandoned. Why? Drought, civil war, depletion of resources, perhaps all of them. The city on the mountaintop was unsustainable. The water was below, the agriculture was below, and the people moved down to Mitla, a new city, smaller, but Zapotec culture lived on. Mitla, the place of the dead, the new center of the Zapotec civilization. And here, a unique form of art emerged. Mosaic walls, geometric patterns in red, white, and black. These designs became the final expression of Zapotec identity, and that identity endured until 1521, until the Spanish arrived. In 1521, the Spanish conquered Oaxaca, but the Zapotecs did not surrender. Their resistance lasted for 50 years in the mountains, in the forests, and in the end, an agreement was reached. Zapotec leaders took positions within the Spanish colonial administration. Their language survived, their traditions survived, and today, even after 2,000 years, more than 400,000 people still speak Zapotec. Monte Alban is in ruins, but its Zapotec identity lives on. In Oaxaca, the Guelaguetza festival every year. Zapotec dances, Zapotec music, and in those dances, perhaps, we see the dancing figures of the Grand Plaza. 2,000 years ago, on a mountaintop, eyes are still watching us, and we are still looking back. Because Monte Alban is not just stone. It is a people's defiance against the mountain. A nation's struggle to conquer time, and perhaps its success. The Zapotec script remains undeciphered, but one day it will be deciphered, and on that day we will hear the voices of the 12 apostles, and perhaps that voice will say, "We were here, and we have not been forgotten." Monte Alban was added to the UNESCO World Heritage List in 1987. Zapotec is still spoken by 400,000 people in Mexico. Archaeologists have only excavated 10% of Monte Alban. Deep in the mountainous valleys of Mexico's Oaxaca, on ancient peaks peering out from the mists, the shadows of a civilization still live on. They called themselves New Savvy People of Rain. Historians call them the Mic. January 1932, Mexican archaeologist Alfonso Caso, while digging in the hills of Monte Alban, touches one of history's most astonishing treasures. 7 Tomb contains over 500 artifacts made of gold, silver, turquoise, and jade. But this is just the beginning. Because behind these treasures lies the dramatic story of a forgotten civilization. A people who ruled the rugged mountains of southern Mexico from around 1500 AD to 1523 AD. They weren't just warriors. They were the world's finest, masters of gold craftsmanship. They were decorating buried mummies with turquoise mosaics. Using lost wax techniques, they created decorations that are still inimitable today. But this story isn't just about gold and precious stones. This is the story of the 8-deer jaguar paw, the greatest leader in the history of the Rain People. The story of a man who conquered 94 cities, united 3 different regions under a single kingdom, but was ultimately killed by his own family. In this documentary, we will unveil the pages of lost codices. We will break 1,000 years' silence and journey into the mysterious world of the Rain People. Welcome to the heart of the Mixtec civilization. The Mixtec people call themselves Nu, Savvy, the people of rain. This name reveals the fundamental truth underlying their existence. Rain. In the rugged mountainous terrain of Oaxaca, agriculture depended on rain, and rain was a blessing from the god Jehovah. The Mixteca region was divided into 3 main areas. High Mixteca, mountainous and cold, difficult for agriculture, but rich in minerals. Low Mixteca, warmer, more suitable, and coastal Mixteca, tropical, famous for its cocoa and salt trade. Tilantongo was the sacred capital of the Mixtecs. From the 8th century AD onwards, it became the center of Mixtec politics and religion. The codices record the birth of the 4 crocodiles, the first ruler of Tilantongo. This is the beginning of Mixtec history. The Mixtecs were recording their own history centuries before the arrival of Europeans. These codices, drawn on deerskin, tree bark, and cotton cloth, recounted the births, marriages, wars, and deaths of rulers. But these codices were not merely historical records. They were also mnemonic tools, recalling oral tradition and serving as guides for storytellers. Each image held a story, a legend, an epic. In 1063 AD, a prince is born in Tilantongo. He is named 8 Stags because he was born on Stag Day, the day of the 8th stag. But history will remember him by another name, Jaguar's Claw. 8-deer was the son of 5 Crocodile the high priest, and 9 Eagle. He had 2 siblings, 12 Earthquake, and 9 Flower. But 8-deer was the one fate had chosen. According to the codices, during his reign as King 8, he conquered 94 cities. Each victory was recorded in vivid colors on the pages of the codices. He is always depicted wearing a jaguar helmet, a symbol of his warrior spirit and strength. But 8-deer ruled not only by the power of the sword, but also by diplomacy. They formed an alliance with 4 jaguars, a more powerful Toltec ruler than Cholula. In return for this alliance, they received the turquoise nose ornament, a symbol of Toltec royal power. The most striking story of 8-deer is his tragic relationship with his family. His stepsister, 6 Lizards, married 11 Winds. This marriage posed a threat to 8-deer because 11 Winds' family had their eyes on the Tilantongo throne. In 1101 AD, the 8-deer finally conquered the city of the Red and White Bunch, the center of their rivals. They captured 11 Winds and his brothers, but they spared their youngest, half-brother for wins. This pardon would seal his fate. 14 years later, in 1115 AD, 4 winds, now both 8 Deer's half-brother and son-in-law, formed an alliance. The combined forces of the Mixtec kingdoms rose up against 8 Deer. 8 Deer were captured and sacrificed. The greatest conqueror in Mixtec history died at the hands of his own family. The codices silently record this moment, the fall of a hero, the price of power and arrogance. January 6, 1932. While excavating at Monte Alban, Alfonso Caso sensed something beneath the soil, a tomb, but no ordinary tomb. This would become the richest archaeological treasure in the Americas. 7. The tomb was originally built by the Zapotecs between 300 and 600 AD, but the Mixtecs reused it centuries later. This was a way of embracing the power of the past and paying respect to the spirits of their ancestors. 9 skeletons were found inside the tomb, but the most surprising thing were the artifacts. 121 gold objects, silver ornaments, turquoise necklaces, jade stones, obsidian mirrors, and crystal vessels. All were prime examples of the mastery of Mixtec craftsmen. But the most striking artifact was a human skull covered in turquoise mosaics. It had a hole in it for incense. It was an incense burner, a war trophy, perhaps a sacred object made from the skull of an enemy leader. For years, archaeologists believed the main person in the tomb was a male warrior, but recent research suggests it was actually a woman. The weaving tools found alongside her needles, spools of thread, crystal bowls suggest she was a high-status woman, perhaps a priestess or queen. This discovery prompted us to rethink the role of women in Mixtec society. We also see strong female figures in the codices, women who were both warriors and rulers, like the 6 monkeys. The tomb's treasures are now on display at the Oaxaca Cultural Museum, but the tomb itself, high up in Monte Alban, still awaits visitors. Although the lights inside are out, its stories live on. For the Mixtecs, rain was not just a meteorological event. Rain meant life, and Jehui, the god of rain, was their supreme god. Jehui is typically depicted wearing a blue or green rain goggles mask with a jaguar-like expression and bared teeth. Rain or steam is thought to emanate from his nostrils. This imagery symbolizes both his life-giving and destructive power. Ceremonies were held on mountaintops in honor of Jehui. During severe droughts, much darker rituals were performed. Historical records indicate that child sacrifices were offered to appease the rain god. This practice reveals the deep fear and reverence inherent in Mesoamerican religions. Natural forces were things that humans couldn't understand or control, and appeasing these forces was essential for the survival of society. The Mixtec religion was based on an animistic worldview. Mountains, caves, rivers, all were filled with spirits. The world consisted of 3 layers: Earth, Nu, Sky, Yuchi, and Underworld, Nu Nador. The codices recount the earliest creation stories. 1 deer, the jaguar snake, and 1 deer, the puma. Snake created the world's first beings. Noah. When the sun rose, These first beings turned to stone. Some survived by taking refuge in caves and continued to live there. This belief system explains the cave cult of the Mixtecs. Caves were sacred places. The dead went there, and spirits lived there. And some caves are still visited today as sacred pilgrimage sites. In 1521, Hernan Cortés and the Spanish conquerors captured Tenochtitlan. The Aztec Empire collapsed, and the independence of the Mixtecs came to an end. The arrival of the Spaniards was meant to be the end for the Mixtec civilization, but that wasn't entirely the case. The Mixtecs survived culturally. They preserved their language, traditions, and identity. Today, more than 500,000 people still speak Mixtec. In the mountain villages of Oaxaca, traditional farming methods continue. Women still weave, and ancient symbols live on in the patterns. The story of the Mixtecs is a testament to the resilience of indigenous cultures, despite the devastating effects of European colonialism. They were a people who wrote their own history, created their own art, and worshipped their own gods. Most of the codices were taken to Europe. They are now in libraries in London, Vienna, and Oxford, but their spirit still lives on in the mountains of Oaxaca. The jaguar claws of 8 deer happened in 1115, but its story is still told more than 1,000 years later. Perhaps this is the definition of a true legend. The legacy left to us by the Mixtecs goes beyond gold and precious stones. It reminds us of a part of humanity's shared heritage, the rise and fall of a civilization and a people's struggle for survival. And when the mists cover the valleys of Oaxaca, when the wind blows through the mountains, you can still see the jaguar helmet of the 8 deer. It's still there, still waiting, still telling its story. We are traveling through world history in chronological order, civilization by civilization, step by step across thousands of years, from the first cities to great empires, from forgotten kingdoms to legendary rulers. This journey has just begun. Join this journey through world history. Subscribe and explore the story of humanity with us. Constantine III, Roman Emperor, Christian, and a visionary. He chooses the ancient city of Byzantium, the mouth of the Bosphorus, between Asia and Europe. And here, he builds the new Rome. 6 years, 100,000 workers, forums, palaces, a hippodrome, and this city will stand for 1,000 years. The walls, 5th century Theodosius, 6 kilometers, 20 meters high, 3 layers of defense, for 1,000 years. These walls stopped the greatest armies of Europe, Huns, Avars, Bulgars, Russians. They were all broken at these walls. Until 1453. When the Roman Empire collapsed, the world changed. But Rome did not disappear. Its heart kept beating. And that heart was Constantinople. Today we call this Empire Byzantium. But its people never called themselves Byzantines. They used only one name, Romans. While Western Rome collapsed into darkness, Another world was rising in the east. Rome's shift to the east was not an accident. Emperor Constantine understood the empire's future now lay in the east. So in the year 330, the capital moved away from Rome. The new capital would be Constantinople. This was not just a change of cities. This decision changed the destiny of Rome. Constantinople was not only a capital, it was one of the world's greatest trade gateways. And this city was not only wealthy, it was protected by one of the strongest defensive systems in the world. As Western Rome collapsed, central authority across Europe rapidly disintegrated. But in the east, Constantinople remained a powerful, imperial center. The city became one of the most important crossroads of trade between East and West. This trade network gave Byzantium enormous economic strength. Byzantium was powerful, not only militarily, but also through diplomacy. In the 6th century, Emperor Justinian became one of the most powerful rulers in Byzantine history. Justinian's greatest ambition was to restore the former borders of the Roman Empire. Byzantine armies advanced into North Africa and ended Vandal rule. Soon after, Byzantine forces advanced into Italy and Rome returned to imperial control. The Mediterranean once again began to resemble the center of the Roman world. During Justinian's reign, Hagia Sophia was built and became a symbol of imperial power. 527, Justinian, 38 years in power, and the height of the empire, reclaiming the West, Africa, Italy, Spain, former Roman territories, the Codex, the foundation of law. We still use it today. And Theodora, the Empress, coming from slavery, fighting for women's rights, 1500 years ago. Hagia Sophia was not only a place of worship but also a peak of Byzantine engineering. Constantinople was not only a capital, but also one of the richest cities in the world. For centuries, Constantinople once again became one of the richest cities in the world. The heart of trade between East and West beat here. Eighth century, iconoclasm, icons banned, war within Christianity, and this war weakens the empire. 1054, the Great Rome and Constantinople, Catholic and Orthodox. They never united. In 1204, the Fourth Crusade, the Crusaders plunder the Christian city. Byzantium falls to its own brethren. 50 years of occupation, and then a resurgence. But weaker, always weaker. Justinian reorganized Roman law and left a lasting legacy. However, Byzantium entered long and exhausting wars with the Sasanian Persians in the east. After these wars, the Arab conquests began, and Byzantium lost important territories. Yet Constantinople survived thanks to its powerful defensive walls. Byzantium survived not only through war, but also through diplomacy. The empire developed new military systems to defend its borders. But in 1071, the Battle of Manzikert became a major turning point for Byzantium. After the defeat at Manzikert, the gates of Anatolia began to close for Byzantium. Byzantine control in Anatolia rapidly weakened. During this period, Byzantium was forced to seek military support from the West. but the Crusader armies unexpectedly turned toward Constantinople. In 1204, Constantinople was captured by the Crusaders. The city was looted, and Byzantium suffered a devastating blow. Byzantium recovered, but it never regained its former strength. The 14th century, the Ottoman Empire, rising from Anatolia, Byzantium, now a city-state, just Constantinople and the Peloponnese, in 1451, Mehmed II, 19 years old, and his goal is clear. This city, April 1453, 80,000 Ottoman soldiers, 7,000 Byzantine defenders, and a 21-year-old emperor, Constantine XI, the last Roman emperor. Meanwhile, a new power was rising in Anatolia, the Ottoman state. Ottoman ships were transported over land into the Golden Horn. In 1453, Sultan Mehmed II arrived before the walls of Constantinople. This move neutralized the city's strongest defensive line. With the final assault, the defenses of Constantinople collapsed. On May 29, 1453, Constantinople fell. This event marked the end of the Byzantine Empire. But Rome did not die, because Byzantium left a legacy: Orthodox Christianity, Russia, Greece, the Balkans, law, Justinian's Codex, the foundation of Europe, art, mosaics, icons, and Hagia Sophia. 1500 years. First a church, then a mosque, now a museum, and it's still standing, because Byzantium knew how to build structures that took 1,000 years to build, and these structures are still speaking. We can still hear Rome's last breath. Byzantium, Eastern Rome, Constantinople, Istanbul. The names have changed, but the stones are the same, and we are looking at the same stones 2,000 years later. Rome was founded in 753 BC. It ended in 1453 AD, 2,206 years. Byzantium protected Hagia Sophia for 1,000 years. Istanbul is still situated between two continents. Hagia Sophia welcomes its visitors in all its splendor on Turkish soil. This great transformation, stretching from the last era of Rome to the rise of the Ottoman Empire, was one of the most important turning points in history. We continue to trace the footsteps of world history together. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and stay with us on this journey for the continuation of the series. In the silence of the Arabian desert, on a mountain above the city of Mecca, a message that would change human history was about to begin. At the heart of this land stood a city, Mecca. And at the center of Mecca stood a structure revered for centuries, the Kaaba. In the early 7th century, the Arabian Peninsula, a land of vast deserts, tribal rivalries, and intersecting trade routes. In this land, a message would emerge that would change the course of world history. At the time Islam emerged, the Arabian Peninsula was politically fragmented. There was no central state. Society was organized around tribes, and each tribe governed itself. Rivalries and conflicts between tribes were part of everyday life. The strong held decisive power over the weak within society. Inside the Kaaba in Mecca stood hundreds of idols. It was in this very environment that a new message would soon emerge. Around the year 570 CE, a child was born in Mecca. He would become the bearer of a message that would change the course of world history. He lost his father before he was born, and at a young age. He also lost his mother, growing up as an orphan. He was first cared for by his grandfather Abdul Muttalib, and later by his uncle Abu Talib. In his youth, he worked in trade and had the opportunity to travel across different regions of Arabia. In his youth, he worked in trade. He traveled across different regions of Arabia. These journeys expanded his understanding of the world around him. Because of his honesty and integrity, he earned the respect of the people of Mecca. They gave him a name, Al-Amin. At the age of 25, around the year 595, he married Khadijah, one of the most respected and wealthy women of Mecca. The year was 610. He had withdrawn to the cave of Hira, near Mecca. There an event was about to unfold that would change the course of human history. One night, inside the cave of Hira, the first revelation began that would change the course of human history. And that night, the first word was revealed. Read. After that night, as he descended from the mountain, nothing would ever be the same again. He returned home that night. He was deeply shaken and trembling. He asked his wife Khadijah to cover him. His wife Khadijah comforted him. She reassured him and stayed by his side. She told him this was not something to fear. He went with his wife Khadijah to Waraka ibn Nawfal. Waraka said that what had happened was a divine revelation. The first to believe in his message were his wife, Khadijah, Ali, Abu Bakr, and Zayd. Thus the first small community of believers began to form. In the early years, Islam was taught in secret. A small community quietly began to grow in Mecca. He later gathered the people on Mount Safa. There, he openly called them to Islam. However, the leaders of Quraysh opposed this message. The open call was met with strong resistance in Mecca. As Islam began to spread, persecution started in Mecca. The early believers were subjected to severe torture because of their faith. As persecution intensified in Mecca, some Muslims migrated to Abyssinia. It became the first migration in Islamic history. A harsh boycott was imposed on the Muslims and the Banu Hashem in Mecca. They endured great hardship for 3 years. Persecution against the Muslims in Mecca continued to intensify. The leaders of Quraysh surrounded his house to stop him. That night, Ali stayed in his bed. That night, he quietly left Mecca. To hide from those searching for him, they took refuge in the cave of Thor. They remained hidden in the cave of Thor for 3 days. After a long journey, they approached Medina. After 3 days, they continued their journey toward Medina. They arrived in Medina. Before entering Medina, the first mosque was built in Quba. The people of Medina welcomed them with great joy. The Prophet's mosque was built in Medina. Brotherhood was established between the Muhajirin and the an agreement was established between the communities of Medina. Around 313 Muslims faced a much larger Meccan force at Badr. The battle ended with a Muslim victory. At Uhud, the Muslims faced the Meccan army once again. The battle became a difficult test for the Muslims. A trench was dug around Medina to defend the city. The siege failed. An agreement was made with the Meccans at Hudaybiyah. This agreement became an important turning point for the spread of Islam. In 630, Mecca was conquered. The city came under Muslim control with little fighting. The idols around the Kaaba were removed. In the valley of Hunain, they faced a sudden attack. However, the battle ended in a Muslim victory. A large army was prepared for the expedition of Tabuk. However, no battle took place. In 632, the farewell pilgrimage was performed. During the farewell pilgrimage, he delivered the farewell sermon to the people. He passed away in Medina in 632. The legacy he left spread rapidly across a vast region. In 632, Abu Bakr was chosen as the first caliph. The Ridda Wars were fought to preserve unity. The verses of the Quran began to be compiled. In 634, Umar became the second caliph. Between 634 and 644, during Umar's rule, Islamic lands expanded rapidly. In 637, Jerusalem was peacefully surrendered. In 644, Uthman became the third caliph. During Uthman's rule, copies of the Quran were prepared and sent to different regions. In 656, Uthman was martyred. In 656, Ali became the fourth caliph. In 656, the Battle of the Camel took place. In 657, the Battle of Siffin took place between the forces of Ali and Muawiyah, the governor of Syria. This battle was a continuation of the political crisis that began after the martyrdom of Uthman. It became one of the major turning points of the Rashidun period. It was followed by the arbitration event and the emergence of the After the Battle of Siffin, an arbitration took place between the two sides. This development led to new divisions in the Islamic world. After the arbitration that followed the Battle of Siffin, a group separated from Ali's army and became known as the Kharijites. This development led to new divisions in the Islamic world. In 658, the Battle of Nahrawan took place between Ali and the Kharijites. In 661, Ali was martyred. Thus, the Rashidun period came to an end. Abu Bakr was known for his honesty and loyalty. He became the first caliph and preserved unity during one of the most difficult periods of Islam. Umar was known for his justice and strong leadership. During his rule, the Islamic State became a major. Uthman was known for his kindness and generosity. During his rule, copies of the Quran were distributed to different regions. Ali was known for his courage, wisdom, and justice. He became one of the most important leaders in Islamic history. The Quran was revealed gradually over about 23 years. This process guided the community step by step and strengthened the believers. Islam is built upon 5 core practices: declaration of faith, prayer, fasting, charity, and pilgrimage. Islam encourages reading, cleanliness, goodness, and justice. It emphasizes protecting the weak and carrying responsibility. Within society, to be a Muslim, one must declare with the tongue and believe with the heart. The Quran clearly declares that there is no God but Allah and that Muhammad is his messenger. This belief forms the foundation of Islam. Islam is a faith built upon justice, compassion, knowledge, and good character. For centuries, it has continued to guide the lives of millions of people. The year is 793. The ships on the horizon were not ordinary. Long, narrow, and crowned with dragon heads. The warriors of the north were coming. The longships reached the shore. Warriors carrying shields and axes stepped onto this silent coast. Lindisfarne was no longer safe. A monk wrote in his chronicle, "God protect us from the fury of the Northmen." Europe was now facing a new threat. The Vikings were not born raiders. It was the harsh geography they lived in that pushed them toward the sea. Narrow lands, long winters, and limited resources forced northern people to search for new horizons. Population was growing in Scandinavia. Land was limited. For young warriors, the path to wealth and glory now lay across the sea. The Vikings' greatest strength was not only their warriors, but their ships. Long ships could cross open seas and travel deep inland through shallow rivers. The Vikings did not raid England alone. Soon they reached the coasts of France, the Baltic, and the rivers of Eastern Europe. The northern warriors were now everywhere across Europe. In 845, Viking ships sailed along the Seine River. The northern warriors had reached the heart of Europe. Their target was Paris. King Charles the Bald was forced to pay a large tribute to save Paris. European kingdoms were now negotiating with the Vikings, instead of stopping them. The Vikings were no longer only raiders. They settled across large parts of eastern England. These lands became known as the Dynasties. But England did not completely fall. King Alfred the Great of Wessex managed to stop the Viking advance. His resistance changed the future of England. Some Vikings turned east instead of west. Traveling along great rivers, they reached Byzantium. They were now known as the Varangians. Some Viking warriors entered the service of the Byzantine Empire. In Constantinople, they became the emperor's most trusted guards. This elite unit was known as the Varangian Guard. The Vikings were not only raiders, they explored new lands and settled there. Iceland became one of the most important colonies founded by the northern people. Viking explorer Eric the Red sailed even farther west. He named the newly discovered land Greenland and established a new colony there. Leif Erikson sailed farther west and reached a new continent. The Vikings had set foot in North America nearly 100 years before Christopher Columbus. The Vikings were not only warriors, they built powerful trade networks stretching from the Baltic to the Black Sea, transporting furs, silver, and valuable goods. Viking society was divided into three main classes. Jarls were the ruling elite. Carls were the free people. Thralls stood at the lowest level as slaves. In the Viking world, battle was more than survival. They believed in Odin's wisdom, Thor's strength, and that brave warriors would enter Valhalla after death. Over time, the Viking world began to change. Scandinavian kings accepted Christianity. The old gods were slowly replaced by a new faith. The Viking Age came to an end, but the legacy of the northern warriors lived on in Europe's culture, trade, and exploration. They were not only raiders, they were explorers who helped shape history. One of the most mysterious figures in Viking history was Ragnar Lothbrok. According to some sources, he was a great warrior. According to others, only a legend. Ragnar Lothbrok later turned toward the shores of England, but this time, the campaign would not end as he expected. Ragnar Lothbrok quickly gained fame in the Viking world. His raids across England and Frankish lands made his name legendary among northern warriors. Ragnar was not only a warrior. Under his leadership, many Viking warriors united. Across the northern world, his name became associated with great expeditions. Ragnar Lothbrok sailed toward England one last time, but this time he did not command a great army. This journey would change his fate. Ragnar Lothbrok was captured in England. By order of King Alela, he was thrown into a pit of snakes. But his death did not end the Viking raids. It marked the beginning of a much greater army. Ragnar's death caused great anger in the north. His sons gathered one of the largest Viking armies in history to take revenge. In 866, the great heathen army reached the shores of England. This was no longer a raid. It was the beginning of a permanent invasion. The great heathen army quickly captured the city of York. The city would now be known as Jorvik and became a major center of Viking power in England. The great heathen army quickly began to shake the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. Northumbria, Mercia, and East Anglia fell under Viking control. Much of England was now in the hands of northern warriors. Much of England had fallen to the Vikings, but the kingdom of Wessex still stood. King Alfred formed the last line of defense against the Viking advance. In 878, at the Battle of Edington, Alfred's army stopped the Viking leader, Guthrum. This victory became a turning point that prevented England from falling completely under Viking rule. After the victory at Edington, Alfred and the Viking leader, Guthrum, agreed on the Treaty of Wedmore. England was now divided between two worlds, the south, under Anglo-Saxon control, and the east under Viking rule. In 1066, William, Duke of Normandy, invaded England. This conquest was not only a change of kings, it was the return of the Viking legacy to England. The Norman descendants of the Vikings reached not only England, but also the Mediterranean. In southern Italy and Sicily, they established new kingdoms and shaped the politics of southern Europe. In 1066, Viking King Harald Hardrada launched his final campaign into England, but he was defeated at the Battle of Stamford Bridge. This defeat marked the end of the Viking Age. The Vikings changed Europe not only through war, but through the legacy they left behind. The cities they founded, the trade routes they opened, and the kingdoms they shaped permanently influenced the continent. The Vikings became the first Europeans to reach North America. The settlement at Vinland was short-lived, but it marked the first known European journey across the Atlantic. The Vikings were not only raiders, they were traders, explorers, warriors, and the legacy they left behind changed the course of European history. The greatest strength behind Viking success was their ships. Carefully built, long ships could cross open seas and travel deep inland through rivers. The Vikings were not only brave, they were skilled navigators. Using the sun, the stars, and signs from the sea, they were able to travel across the open ocean. The Vikings were not only warriors from the north, they were explorers who expanded Europe's horizons, sailors who reshaped trade routes, and a civilization that influenced the course of world history. In one of the harshest lands on earth, a child was born. His name was Temujin. No one knew his future, but his destiny was not ordinary. His father was a tribal leader, but his enemies killed him. Temujin and his family were abandoned. They had to survive. Temujin and his family were abandoned by their tribe. He grew up fighting hunger. Temujin brought food back to his family. He was already carrying the burden of responsibility. But being alone on the steppe was dangerous. He did not yet know the threat approaching him. One day, he was captured. But he managed to escape. Now he was alone. But he had a great vision. And that vision would change the world. Young Temujin found a powerful ally. His name was Jamuk. They grew up together. They fought together. Temujin began gathering loyal warriors. He was no longer alone. But leadership was not easily earned. Jamuka was chosen as leader. Temujin chose a different path. He chose ordinary warriors over nobles. This decision changed everything. Old friends were now rivals. An inevitable war was approaching. The steppe became a battlefield, and Temujin would not turn back. Temujin began to fight. The steppe was his battlefield. Many tribes joined him. His army was growing rapidly. But Jamuka still stood against him. A great battle began. Temujin did not retreat. Jamuka was defeated. His old friend was captured. And their destinies changed. Now the tribes were uniting. A great Kurultai was called. A new leader would be chosen. All eyes turned to Temujin. The tribes supported him. And the decision was made. A new era was beginning. Temujin was now Genghis Khan. The Mongols were now one army, and the world had not yet met them. Genghis Khan built a powerful army. The strength of the army was speed and mobility. They could shoot arrows while riding. Their bows were deadly. They used the feigned retreat tactic. They lured their enemies into traps and surrounded them. The army was disciplined. Every unit was organized. Orders moved quickly. A relay system was created. This system sped communication. Scouts gathered intelligence. Plans were prepared in advance. Now borders would be crossed. In 1211, Genghis Khan invaded northern China. The first target was China. The Mongols advanced against the Jin dynasty. The war was just beginning. In 1215, Zhongdu was captured. Zhongdu, Bugien Kopeki. New cities were targeted. Northern China was now under Mongol control. In 1218, the Mongols turned west. A Mongol trade caravan arrived in Ot. But the caravan was arrested. The envoys were executed. Genghis Khan answered with war. In 1219, the Great Campaign began. Otra was besieged. The city was captured. The next target was Bukhara. In 1220, Bukhara fell. Genghis Khan entered the city. The next target was Samarkand was besieged. The city fell quickly. The Khwarezm Shah fled. The Mongols pursued him. The Khwarezm Shah died in the Caspian Sea. The Mongols advanced into Persia. Many cities fell. The Mongols continued westward. Now the world knew them. The Mongol army crossed the Caucasus Mountains. They were now approaching the gates of Europe. Mongol scouts were watching the Rus principalities. The great cities of Europe did not yet know the danger that was coming. Mongol reconnaissance forces moved across the Russian steppe. The borders of Europe were now before them. The Rus princes united against the Mongols. Europe was preparing a common defense for the first time. In 1223, the two armies faced each other at the Kelka River. This confrontation marked the beginning of a new era for Europe. The Mongols used the feigned retreat tactic. They were drawing the Rus army into a planned trap. The Rus army began to pursue the Mongols. But this advance was leading them into a trap. The Mongols suddenly turned back. The Rus army was now surrounded. The Rus army suffered a devastating defeat. Europe witnessed the true power of the Mongols for the first time. This victory was the result of Subutai and Jeeb's strategy. The Mongols had now tested the strength of Europe. The Mongols could have advanced deeper into Europe. But this campaign was only a reconnaissance mission. Europe was no longer unknown to the Mongols. This reconnaissance laid the foundation for future invasions. The Mongol reconnaissance army turned back east. The knowledge they gathered would shape future campaigns. In 1226, Genghis Khan launched his final campaign. The target was the Western Shaya Kingdom. The Mongol army entered Western Xia territory. Soon, major cities were placed under siege. Western Xia cities were under heavy assault. The Mongols were tightening the siege ring. During the Western Xia campaign, Genghis Khan fell ill. Yet the army continued its advance. In 1227, Genghis Khan died. The death of Genghis Khan was kept secret from the army. The campaign continued until the mission was complete. Genghis Khan was buried in a secret location. The place of his grave remains unknown even today. In 1229, Ogedei Khan was proclaimed Great Khan. The Mongol Empire would continue to expand. Ogedei Khan made Karakorum the capital of the empire. From here, campaigns across Asia and Europe were directed. In 1236, Beta Khan launched a great campaign toward the west. Subutai was the strategic architect of this invasion. The Mongols defeated the Volga Bulgar. The gates of Eastern Europe were now open. In 1237, Ryazan was besieged by the Mongols. city was completely destroyed in a short time. In 1238, Vladimir fell to the Mongols. The resistance of the Rus principalities began to collapse rapidly. In 1238, Moscow was burned by the Mongols. Though still a small settlement, it was completely destroyed. In 1240, Kiev was captured by the Mongols. One of the greatest cities of Eastern Europe had fallen. The Mongol armies were now advancing towards Central Europe. Poland and Hungary had become the next targets. In 1241, European knights faced the Mongols at the Battle of Lignita. But once again, the Mongol army proved superior. In 1241, the Hungarian army suffered a devastating defeat at the Battle of Mohi. The Mongols had now reached the gates of Central Europe. The Mongol armies continued advancing across Central Europe. Europe now appeared defenseless. In 1241, Ogedei Khan died. The Mongol army had to return for the Kurultai assembly. The Mongol army withdrew from Europe. But this was not a defeat. Beta Khan established the Golden Horde in the Western Territories. The Rus principalities were now under Mongol rule. The Mongol Empire became the largest land empire in history. Its land stretched from China to Europe. The Mongols established secure trade routes across Eurasia. This period became known as the Pax Mongolica. The Mongol Empire connected different cultures across Eurasia. Knowledge and technology spread rapidly along its routes. Thanks to Mongol roads, travelers like Marco Polo reached Asia. The world was becoming more connected. The Mongols did not just build an empire. They changed the course of the world. Before the Ottomans, stood a great city. That city was Bursa. And the conquest of Bursa would change the destiny of the Ottomans. Years had passed. Osman Bey had grown old. But the siege of Bursa was still ongoing. During this time, Orhan Bey began to rise, and the conquest of Bursa would be shaped by a new leader. Bursa was one of the most strategic cities in Anatolia. The city was a major center of trade. But Bursa was protected by strong defensive walls. And the conquest of Bursa would change the destiny of the Ottomans. The Ottoman army began preparing siege positions around Bursa. The city's connection to the outside world began to be cut off. The siege of Bursa would be a long struggle. Orhan Bey was patiently waiting for the right moment. The siege lasted 4 months. Was completely isolated from the outside world. Inside Bursa, conditions were becoming harder. Meanwhile, the Ottoman army continued to wait patiently. After years of struggle, Osman Bey had grown old. Yet his eyes were still fixed on Bursa. This great objective now rested in Orhan Bey's hands. The founding leader was leaving behind a legacy. After years of siege, Bursa's defenses had weakened. Inside the city, negotiations for surrender had begun. The Ottoman army was waiting for the outcome. And the fate of Bursa was about to be decided. In the year 1326, the gates of Bursa opened. The Ottoman army entered the city. And the Ottoman banner rose over Bursa. Bursa was now the new capital of the Ottomans. After the conquest of Bursa, Orhan Bey assumed leadership. Bursa became the first capital of the Ottomans. A new system of governance began to take shape. And for the Ottomans, a new era was beginning. After the conquest of Bursa, the Ottomans turned toward the west. The next objective was the Marmara region. And on the horizon, Rumelia appeared. For the Ottomans, a new continent was beginning. On the shores of Rumelia, a new opportunity had emerged. Internal conflict within Byzantium opened a door for the Ottomans. Ottoman forces settled in the fortress of Simp. This step marked the Ottomans' first permanent land in Europe. In the year 1354, Gallipoli became the Ottoman objective. After the earthquake, the city's defenses had weakened. Ottoman forces settled in Gallipoli. And with the capture of Gallipoli, the gates of Europe opened to the Ottomans. After Gallipoli, the Ottomans began advancing into Rumelia. New fortresses were taken one by one. Ottoman borders were expanding across Europe. For the Ottomans, a new era was beginning. Ottoman forces began establishing permanent camps in Rumelia. Strategic routes were brought under control. New settlements began spreading across Rumelia. The Ottomans were now permanent in Rumelia. The next major objective in Rumelia was Europ. Ottoman forces were advancing across the plains of Thrace. Strategic crossings were secured one by one. The Ottoman army was preparing for Edirne. Across the plains of Thrace, two armies faced each other. Ottoman cavalry launched a rapid assault. The Byzantine lines began to collapse quickly. This victory opened the road to Edirne. In the year 1361, the Ottoman army reached Edirne. Soon after, the city gates opened. The Ottoman army entered Edirne. Edirne was now the Ottomans' new center in Europe. With the capture of Edirne, Ottoman administration moved into Europe. Edirne was becoming a new capital. The Ottomans had now established a strong center in Europe. And for the Ottomans, the gates of the Balkans had opened. After Edirne, the Ottomans advanced deeper into the Balkans. Frontier fortresses became the next targets. Some fortresses surrendered without resistance. In Rumelia, Ottoman order began to take shape. The Ottoman army continued advancing through Rumelian roads. New towns were coming under Ottoman control. Ottoman influence was spreading rapidly across Europe. And the next objective lay deep within the Balkans. Ottoman expansion raised concern among Balkan princes. Along the frontiers, defenses were reinforced. Yet, the Ottoman army continued advancing. A great battle would begin in the Balkans. Balkan principalities began uniting against the Ottomans. The Ottoman army was preparing for a major campaign. The campaign order was issued from Edirne, and the Ottoman army was marching toward a battle that would change history. The Ottomans were now entering a new era. The new objective was the heart of the Balkans, and the Ottoman army was marching toward Kosovo. Soon, history would change direction. The battle began with the archers' assault. Shield lines collided on the front line. Ottoman cavalry struck from the flank. The balance of the battle shifted in favor of the Ottomans. The Balkan lines began to withdraw. Ottoman central forces continued advancing. The battlefield came under control. Victory was now within reach. On the field of Kosovo, the battle had ended. The Balkan alliance was forced to retreat. The victory at Kosovo changed the balance of power in the Balkans. and the Ottomans had now become one of the most powerful states in Europe. After Kosovo, Ottoman expansion accelerated, but the real storm was just beginning, to be continued. In 1402, the devastating defeat at the Battle of Ankara brought the Ottoman Empire to the brink of collapse. After Bayezid was captured, Ottoman lands were divided among rival princes. The struggle between the princes dragged the empire into years of civil war. This turbulent time would later be known as the Ottoman Interregnum. After the Battle of Ankara, Bayezid was taken captive. Timur's advance across Anatolia severely weakened Ottoman authority. Many Anatolian beyliks declared their independence once again. The Ottoman Empire now faced a major crisis of authority in both Anatolia and Rumelia. In Rumelia, Suleiman Celebi seized control and became one of the strongest contenders. In western Anatolia, Isa Celebi was trying to establish his authority. In Amasya, Mehmed Celebi patiently began gathering his strength. Thus, Ottoman lands were effectively divided among the rival princes. Mehmed Celebi moved against his rival, Isa Celebi, in Anatolia. Isa Celebi prepared to defend his authority in Anatolia. The struggle between the two princes soon turned into open warfare. At the end of these clashes, Mehmed Celebi gained the upper hand. In Rumelia, Suleiman Celebi had established strong authority. Mehmed Celebi was preparing to confront this powerful rival in Rumelia. The struggle for the throne now extended beyond Anatolia, into Rumelia. The struggle between the Ottoman princes was turning into a larger war. Despite his control in Rumelia, Suleiman Celebi's authority was gradually weakening. Many local commanders and soldiers began changing their allegiance. Meanwhile, Musa Celebi emerged as a new power in Rumelia. These developments prepared the end of Suleiman Celebi's rule in Rumelia. Musa Celebi crossed into Rumelia and quickly began gaining strength in the region. Soon, many soldiers and commanders gathered around Musa Celebi. The clashes in Rumelia quickly weakened Suleiman Celebi's power. Thus, Musa Celebi took control of Rumelia. After taking control of Rumelia, Musa Celebi moved quickly to strengthen his authority. He made strict decisions to consolidate his control over the region. These developments once again alarmed the Byzantine Empire. The Byzantine leadership began seeking a new balance against Musa Celebi. Emperor Manuel sought a new ally against Musa Celebi. For this purpose, contact was established with Mehmed Celebi. By accepting this support, Mehmed Celebi gained the opportunity to cross into Rumelia. Thus began a new struggle that would change the fate of the interregnum. With Byzantine support, Mehmed Celebi crossed into Rumelia and began his campaign. In Rumelia, he strengthened his army with newly joined forces. Meanwhile, Musa Celebi completed preparations for the approaching major confrontation. The struggle between the two princes was now turning into a final decisive battle. In 1413, the final great battle between the two brothers took place at During the battle, Mehmed Celebi maintained firm control over his army. By the end of the fighting, Musa Celebi's forces began to collapse. With this victory, Mehmed Celebi secured decisive supremacy in the struggle for the throne. After the victory at Çamurlu, Mehmed Celebi entered Edirne and assumed control. In 1413, Mehmed Celebi ascended the Ottoman throne as Mehmed I. The new Sultan began rebuilding the state after years of civil war. Thus, the interregnum ended and the Ottoman Empire was reunited. After ascending the throne, Mehmed I began restoring central authority. Many Anatolian lords once again pledged loyalty to Ottoman rule. After years of civil war, the army began to be reorganized. The state soon entered a period of recovery and stabilization. Soon after, a major rebellion began in Rumelia, under the leadership of Sheikh Bedrettin. The rebellion quickly spread across a wide region. The Ottoman administration moved quickly to suppress the rebellion. After the clashes, the rebellion was suppressed and Sheikh Bedrettin was captured. After the rebellion was suppressed, Sheikh Bedrettin was executed. This development helped restore Ottoman authority in Rumelia. Mehmed I further strengthened central administration.